presented. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Just want to note that Board Member Schickelbein is joining us via Zoom. Thank you, Susan, for joining us, and we will be watching if you need to be unmuted. At this time, I move that we enter into executive session with Mr. Dorothy and Luke Soba to discuss the Douglas County mask mandate pursuant to I already said that, pursuant to discussing the Douglas County mandate, the exception for matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under the Kansas Open Meetings Act. And the open meeting will resume at 6:50. Is there a second?
Second.
Phil has seconded. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Executive session until 6:50.
Here or in the cafeteria? Green room. I think I left that. Green.
Yep. Careful of the cords here.
Where are you going? To the
Right here.
green
That
room.
whole weird room.
I move we return to executive session with Mr. Dorothy and Luke Soba to discuss the Douglas County mask mandate pursuant to the exception for matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA. And the open meeting, what time, sorry, left my phone in there. The open meeting, what do you guys think? You want 15? You want to do 20? Okay, and the open meeting will resume at 7:10. Chris has seconded. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Susan's raising, okay. Motion carries 7-0, executive session until 7:10.
Yeah. Finally.
Change it now.
Did I not?
No, I'm gonna go.
Okay, okay. I just want to check.
Yeah. thank
Okay,
you.
yep. Yeah, yeah. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, are we all here?
Okay. I move we enter into executive session with Mr. Dorothy and Luke Soba to discuss a procedural matter, which would fall under a procedural matter related to an incident that happened during public comment, which is the subject to be discussed with the justification of the exception for matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA. And the open meeting will resume at 7:30.
Second.
Phil has seconded. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries 7-0. Back to order. At this time, we are entering into the public comment portion of our agenda. Thank you for being here this evening. With public comment, I will read that, sorry.
What's that? I thought, would do that at the end? Because we don't, is that, okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and read the public participation guidelines. Public comment agenda item, or excuse me, sorry. Public comment agenda item is the time for any student, patron, or staff member to have an opportunity to share topics of interest or just to make a comment to the board. This is the only time during the meeting that a person can discuss an item with the board and share their opinion. Generally, the board does not respond to topics shared at this time inasmuch as no background has been previously obtained, and it is not advisable to address situations without all the facts. The board can really only speak when they vote. If a board member responds, it is only that board member's opinion, not the board as a whole. Audience comments may be relative to any agenda item, whether or not they place it on the agenda, or it may be on any topic of their choice. This is not a time to discuss specific personnel or student matters. Audience comments are limited to a maximum of 5 minutes. Also, if a delegation of persons comes to discuss a single issue, every attempt should be made to avoid redundancy and have each person state only new facts or new perceptions during their allotted audience time. And so one at a time, what we'll do is if you can please come forward and then state your name, that way we have it for the record for the public. And then as you are addressing the board this way, we want to make sure that we listen as actively as we are excited about speaking. So you will have our divided attention, but let's also make sure that as our guests are speaking, that we're letting them finish too. And with that, if the first person would like to come forward and make public comment, feel free to do so at this time, and your 5 minutes will begin. And just a reminder, we are not doing electronic public comment anymore. So I want to make sure, I know people, when those are sent and asked for that, we are forwarding those emails to the entire board. So that's happening still too. Okay, are you guys kidding? Nobody wants to speak? Okay. Okay.
My name is Michelle Hafer. Last year, my son and daughter were remote students in the ESL program. I did not help them out because I was afraid for them to be in the class. I helped them out because I refused to put a mask on my child and put them at risk for hours on end because the powers that be have no desire to share the risks that are posed to them, only in supporting their agenda. Rather than create a fuss, I elected to put my career on hold, cut my office closed, and stay home with them for the sake of allowing the country to figure this out. It was a very daunting year. My daughter had very little interaction with her peers and would cry because she thought she had no friends. And even though she excelled in her program, the state assessment scores dropped. This year, my son struggled with calculus because how things were covered in his house was obviously very good. And he did not learn some of the foundations necessary for understanding. Finally, this year, I was told that the masking would be optional. So I enrolled my children for the school year. I bought them school clothes, paid for their supplies, their school fees, yearbooks. We were ready to go. My daughter met her teacher the night before school. She loved her. She had friends for the previous years in her class, and for 2 days, she was on cloud 9. Have you any idea how painful it was to wake her up on Thursday morning to tell her she couldn't go back to school because they had decided that they were going to make the mask the children? For a disease that affects less healthy children than the flu, it has been decided that limiting a child's environmental cues that directly impact their social, emotional, and language development is worth it to stay in lockstep. For a piece of cloth that not one person's average intelligence could actually believe is mitigating anything other than common sense. You are willing to risk the health of children to breathe their own toxic air. Some of you may roll your eyes thinking that I'm being dramatic, but please Google it. Let me help you. Do humans exhale toxins? I will read you what Wikipedia has to say. Human breath contains volatile organic compounds. These compounds consist of methanol, isoprene, acetone, ethanol, and other alcohols. The exhaled mixture also contains ketones, water, and other hydrocarbons. If you have any science background at all, you know that those things are not healthy. And any parent in here would be up in arms with the school we're going to be putting forth any kind of an agenda that would put those types of things for ventilation. I don't say this because I think that I'm an expert and I slept at Holiday Inn last night and I just know everything. I can read. I know how to combine information with logic and to draw a conclusion that is both rational and valid. I am curious if, however, this has been lost on a large swath of people who seem to show little interest in considering information that's not been spoon-fed by the mainstream media. And I am not alone. Every single parent in here has been here week after week, begging for someone to look at the documents that show new or different information and how doing exactly what I'm doing right now is following the science. I watched county board members at the meeting last Wednesday, where the team of so-called experts exhibited zero interest in the studies and facts presented on the dangers of masks. In fact, I had a hard time finding a board member or medical representative that seemed to even be paying attention. Science is not one person's assessment and then it ends. Science is constant observation, critical review, new theories. It should include a healthy debate and multiple evaluations. There should be many experts involved from all fields of study. When experts disagree, there should be open forums and resistance to mandating anything more until it is known. We have lost science here. Instead, we censor and eliminate the dissenting opinion. And when I say eliminate, that's not in jest. These people are losing their jobs, reputation, being blacklisted from future research. They're jailed, or they conveniently happen to death. So what I have determined is that you all are not below average intelligence. This is not a matter of understanding. It is a blatant disregard for truth. Because a handful of people with a bullhorn telling you what they want you to know does not make it true. It makes them in control. And if you ignore everyone else pleading with you to listen to other ideas, you are not pushing facts, you are pushing an agenda. And the agenda seems to run very heavily along party lines. You will be accountable for the choices that you are making for our children, and we will hold you accountable. Much harder to look at what's going on here. It's to stand up for our rights and freedoms.
Thank you. Your time has
It
expired.
may be us today fighting for our freedoms, but it will be you tomorrow.
Thank you. Who would like to speak next?
My name is Tony. I am so happy to be in school. I like my teacher and I am making new friends. Please keep me and follow my new making news.
Thank you very much, young man. That takes a lot of courage. Good job. Who would like to go next?
Appreciate your letting us speak here. I've been a resident of Baldwin City for 19 years. I have 2 children in the public school forum district also. Well, only one of them at this point has the mask being levied on. I'm here to support all the parents not here to tell you what to do. Obviously, you've made up your mind. You're all the one person mask. So that's obviously something that you've made decisions about. Come to the conclusion that that's a plus for you. I'm not so sure that that's the case. I don't find any evidence that masks are doing anything to stop the transmission of any kind of virus. I find that they are probably, they're on the whole doing more damage than they are good. Psychologically, just because children in my daughter's 5th grade class are still learning how to communicate with each other, they're still trying to socialize. That's what they do, basically, socialize. When you interfere with the process of speaking to people and observing how their facial reactions and communications, nonverbal communications are, that's a real detriment to the way they're developed. I think there's been a lot of evidence that people that can't hear have to see people's faces. They have to be able to communicate. I mean, that's what we do. That's what children are in school for, socialization. So my daughter's crestfallen that she can't get. She cannot get. And I don't think that that's on us. That's a decision that you guys had at one time made. And so we just don't believe that the masks are doing what they're supposed to do. Basically, I think this is a test. I don't think there's any science behind this. I was a biology major at KU. From what I can see and find, that there's no children that have died that didn't have other comorbidities involved with this. So the virus is not doing any damage to them. You might believe that, but I don't find any evidence for it. So the fact basically is this is a test. The vaccine was a test. Until yesterday, it wasn't even approved, so it was experimental. Basically, that's an experiment on the public. It's an experiment on the public, and it's not at their behest. So basically, I see this as whether or not the lab rats are going to revolt or that's what I think. I think this is a control issue. It's not about science. And so that's what it is. That's all I can see it being. So I think we're all in agreement that nobody here wants to spread disease. I mean, that's insane. Anybody who wants to do that is out of their mind. But you have to back up the evidence for this kind of action with science. There isn't any. There's none. I think that this is basically, this wouldn't have happened if people were given therapeutics, such as hydroxychloroquine, and ivermectin. If we were able to have the solutions to the virus problem, which they are limiting or actually completely done away with, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have this division. You wouldn't have people that are afraid. That's what most of this is. This is divide and conquer, as far as I can see. This is the way it always happens. And it's incrementalism. Incrementalism. That you just start at one thing and you see how far you can go. How far can you push until everybody starts to say, I got enough. And I think that we're at that point. I think that 18 months later, we're not willing to put this burden on our children anymore. I'm not willing to do it. So as far as I'm concerned, this is about control, no matter what the mandate is. And I urge you to see that. And I hope you will make the right decision for us here, as I believe that the Attorney General of the state of Kansas has done today. So appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Who else would like to speak?
All right, Marie Taylor. The Kansas Supreme Court has ruled today, August 24th, that the state can again enforce SB 40. As you know, This gives USD 348 the ability to govern as we see fit outside of the Douglas County mask mandate, which is an utterly ridiculous mask mandate set to prey on our most vulnerable children ages 2 to 11. Please tell us, each and every one of you right now, if any of you want a 2-year-old child masked against his parents' wishes. We want to see what kind of people we really are. Don't forget, the United States is a government for the people, by the people. That means you work for us. We elected you. If you fail to appropriately represent us as your constituents, we are duty bound by the Constitution to remove the tyranny from office. I said it last time on Monday, and I'll say it again until I'm blue in the face. I am a parent. I choose what medical decisions happen to my child, not you. That right does not belong to you. I'm going to make this simple. I will never, and I mean ever, submit to any request or requirement to wear a mask or vaccine mandates. I will never submit to rules that segregate or dismantle people and pit them against each other. I will never be forced to put a mask on my child against my will. You should not ask them. The principals should not ask them. Nobody but me has the right to ask them that. I need you to see something. I want everyone behind me to stand up if you agree that mask wearing should be parents' choice. Stand up if you are against a mask mandate. Stand up if you're against elected officials stripping you of your parental rights. Do you see this, school board? Do you see this? SB 40 gives you the right to do what you've been elected to do, which is to see that your children get an education, that our children get an education, that all of the children here in USD 348 get an education. Health decisions, all health decisions should be parents' choice. Thank you. I've got 2 minutes. You guys remember those 3 little sweet boys that came up to me last meeting? That was Ty, Colby, and Nolan. Ty is my son. He's in Mr. Hoffman's 4th grade class this year. We were so excited he got Mr. Hoffman. He was so excited. His cousin Zoe has been talking to him nonstop about all the things that he's going to get to do in Mr. Hoffman's class and how there's class cash and he's going to get food on the option and what time he goes to lunch and everything about Mr. Hoffman. The first day of school was awesome. When I picked up Ty, he told me all about his day and how awesome this year was going to be. He had buddies in his class and everything. Thursday morning brought a little bit of anxiety to Ty as school was coming on Friday. He thought we were masks. Masks give him horrible headaches. Every time I would pick him up from school last year, he would have a headache. And sometimes it was so bad that he would get nauseous. When we received the email about options Thursday afternoon, my husband and I went over these options with Ty. We chose that he would try the unmasked room for a few days until we could get him a doctor's treatment for medical attention. He was fully aware that he may need to just deal with the headaches and migraines in order to be in school learning from a teacher that he was so excited about and he was all his friends. Friday morning, I dropped him off and he went in with no mask. He was so brave as I pulled away, literally bawling my eyes out because I felt like I was leaving my child in a segregated ISS room. I turned around, parked the car, asked Mr. Wilson to go get my child for me. And he came back out front and he said, "No, Mom, I want to stay in school and I have to work." So I left him feeling proud of his courage and certain that he was going to have a good day. At noon, I received a call from the special education teacher. Ty's on an IEP. She was calling to get my permission to take him out of class for his 30 minutes of time with her. I agreed, 30 minutes wouldn't be too bad. He shouldn't probably get a headache in that time, he should be fine. When I was on the phone with her, she mentioned something about him missing out on his in-class help if he chose to stay in the unmasked classroom. It didn't quite register in my mind at that time what she was saying, so after I hung up, I emailed her classification. At that time, she informed me that his IEP would be adjusted if he wasn't in the unmasked room. So I emailed the Director of Special Education, Daniel Ray, Mr. Walsmith, and Mr. Dorothy to see exactly what this meant. Daniel Ray informed me that he would not be receiving the 60 minutes of in-class
we're trying to buy a little bit of time, he's missing out on his reading help that he needs to be able to read his questions, to answer his questions. He needs that help. He needs that help. This is not right. The school has a responsibility to provide any child on an IEP with these services. It was never communicated to me that my child would lose out on those services, ever. Didn't say that. There are many, many children that don't have medical conditions, but they can't concentrate, they get headaches, they can't breathe. Whatever the case is for them, they don't have medical conditions that any physician is going to sign off on and feel comfortable doing that because they're going to lose their jobs for it. The majority of children, the vast majority of the children, of children in Baldwin are not at risk for severities from COVID. They're happy and healthy, and these mandates are squashing them and putting their healthy little lungs at risk of dangers from bacteria. So many of them are going to suffer educationally with these mandates in place. I'm begging you to reach deep down and do what you know is right for our community. I'm begging you, please do not risk these child's education. Do not risk the long-term effect that masks could have on our children. We don't know. Don't risk the division among our students and community. If you just let the parents choose what's best for our kids, everybody will win. Do you know that the kids who chose to go to the unmasked rooms are to eat by themselves, learn by themselves, stay away from the other kids, go to recess by themselves, even though all the other masks, or all the kids that are masking still choose to go unmasked at recess? The other kids can't be with them. That is segregation and discrimination. Says if a kingdom is divided against itself, that kingdom cannot stand. If a house is divided against itself, that house cannot stand. Don't tear our house down for Baldwin. Don't be afraid of the county and their threats. Bring our community together by letting the parents choose what is right for our children. All of our children deserve an education, and these masking policies are preventing a majority of the children of privilege. Please do what you were voted on this school board to do and stand up for these kids' education. They deserve it.
Thanks, Jessica. Who would like to go next? Oh, this, and then we'll do, yeah. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Ty's my grandson. Kind of the tell, waiting back kind of the parents in the last few meetings I've attended with you guys. I'm really disheartened that some of you guys have changed. There's a lot of parents that have given you a lot of stats about a lot of stuff on COVID. I'm just going to give you real quick some numbers on some tests that were done on children wearing masks. It's in the Journal of JAMA, Journal of American Medical Association Pediatrics, the June issue of this year. Poland and Germany did a combined study on children at elementary age. Within 3 hours, several of those children had carbon dioxide levels that reached 25,000 parts per million. I am also a employer. If any one of my employees got 10,000 parts per million over an 8-hour workday, OSHA would shut them down. Period. OSHA is also kind of the stance that anything that any employer does right now that forces people into vaccines or masks, well, it's only clear. Even though the government may be doing one thing, this is still a danger to people. There's also a 2015 study out of Vietnam, over 2,000 kids with the cotton masks, 15 times more likely to get bacterial infections, not just viral infections, but bacterial infections nobody hardly ever puts any of their kids in a medical mask, five masks because they don't fit right. So they put cotton masks on them, and you guys, if you can see the steam on your gloves, if you're wearing a mask. I mean, it's available in the air. So, of the children that have picked up COVID this week, it's been 2 masks too. So, we're just going to there's Kansas laws, in statute 38, it absolutely supports the parents' right to choose over their children's health. And then the state goes further in their laws, it also states in but it's there, it states that even on amendments, that, so this would be where the health department, if they want to amend something and say that they have right because of this, it still cannot take priority over the parents' right of anything religious, health, or anything to do with the children. So I know I've heard you guys talk, you're worried about lawsuits and stuff like that, but those can go both ways. They're already starting. Missouri's Attorney General announced Tuesday, the new school board is going to try to mandate. So if we can just go along and get along, where I have a lake house, they never stopped school last year, even for the 2 weeks. For the first 2 weeks, they didn't. It was agreed as a community that if anybody was sick, they let everybody know, they pulled their kid out, and that was it. And then they let everybody know. So that everybody would know to watch. I think Baldwin, I understand parents that have fear for their kids that might get COVID, and if they would bring it home. I understand it. I'm asking for the same understanding for our family, please. Please, it took a little bit, but the pressure for, nonsense kind of did come about for a little while. If we just kind of together as a community made that agreement, I think it would save, especially in times like this. Please give it your consideration.
Up at the top, you guys are next.
Joe, Baldwin, I believe there were 3 of the students in the separated classroom last week with no mask. I didn't write anything since the come from here. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but what are we doing exactly? We had a vote last month, correct, to approve an optional mask mandate. Last year, I kept my kids home if we homeschooled them because they can't wear masks. This year, I didn't make arrangements because you folks right here chose to allow my kid to go to school with an option. Why are we in this auditorium today? Why are you guys not standing up and defending the decision that you made for our family? What is happening? Now I'm going to put in a position where my wife and I need to find alternate schooling because my son today, Toby, come up here. How old are you, buddy? How old are you? Okay, Kobe, 6 years. How many students did you have in your classroom today?
0.
0. He sat by himself for the past 2 days. What is going on? Can I speak to you guys back and forth, or is this just a one person kind of? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna calm down a little bit here, but these are my children. This is their education. I will be taking them out of Douglas County Schools. Last year, I did Baldwin's online program to support the school and give funding back to the school. I'm not going to do it this year. If this goes, if you guys have made a decision walking into this room without listening to us, if the vote goes different than how it goes, I'm not going to be a part of the school district. And it's gonna take everyone together doing their part. It's gonna take everyone working together and pulling our students. Because that's the only way we're gonna be heard. Not having a 6-year-old sitting lone all day. Not having 3 students in a classroom that they have to be segregated from everyone. They can't even see their friends. Why am I gonna send them to school? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Who would like to speak next?
Without anxiety, I don't want to come up here and argue whether masks work or they don't, okay? I have 5 children, 4 in the district, 1 that I held out, and 2 that went to the segregation room because they cannot wear masks for medical reasons, but I was not able to get their exemption. So they went to be segregated. First of all, when I showed up with their exemption at noon on Friday, my 9-year-old didn't want to go back to class. Why did she want to? Like, she wouldn't want to because it was fun in there. She was done with her schoolwork. It was not an adequate education that day. It was noon. She was done. She was messing around on the iPad. There were 5 other kids in there, and she didn't want to go learn and get an adequate education. That is segregation. That you are separating these children and they are not getting the same thing the kids in the classroom get. With that being said, my 2 children got exemptions, thankfully. My 9-year-old was repeatedly singled out for not having a mask on. Although she had an exemption, by her peers wanting to know why she didn't have a mask on. What's wrong with her? What is wrong with her? Is she should never, ever, no child should ever be in a position where they have to come up with something to say. My mom said I didn't have to wear a mask. It's a good enough reason for her. But because of this mandate, you stripped that. And I understand that it's Tammy, the mask mandate has stripped these children from having any say, being able to, I don't want to say hi, but not expose herself for having an issue that is not seen. She had to repeatedly tell her peers why. She didn't have to, but she's 9. She's 9. I can come up here and say, I have extreme anxiety, and I'm not ashamed of it. Unfortunately, my kids are gonna have, the ones that do have it, out of my 5 children that I hope and pray will continue to use this public school system. Because I grew up in Baldwin, I graduated from Baldwin, I want my kids to. I am not ready to give up on this district, but I will not be put in a position where my children have to expose themselves for anything they don't want exposed.
Ma'am, could you share your name so that we can add that to the minutes? I'm sorry. Thank you.
There was a time in this society, including the children, who would all agree it was a horrible thing. Now it's become a political act. The only way for me to explain or understand these kind of actions that are cruel to children, it's systemic child abuse. We look at the data from last year. What Mr. Dorothy sent us was a redacted version. Why that is the case, I don't know, Mr. Dorothy. Did you ever send out the full report so parents could see what all the kids are doing? No, you did not. So we can't even control the information that's going on. No one is going to want to look at the statistics. Half of these students are failing. 37% of them are clinically depressed. No. And now they're going to do it again. You know, last year, okay, we can go by with that. How can you possibly justify this? Mr. Brown, is it your communist ideology? We want to have a one world government, have a one party system, because I don't see how you could possibly voice this kind of cruelty upon the children of this community. It's just impossible. There is no medical reason. You know it. We all know And I am proud of the board, that there are people on the board that are willing to change their mind. And I don't mean changing like you guys change, like wishy-washy back and forth. What is with that? You believe this one day, you don't believe that the other day? No, that just shows how illegitimate your decisions are. What you're doing is against the law. It's segregation, all this talk about equity, equality, segregation. You are going back to the worst, most horrific systems of this society and reinstituting them in order to gain political power. The way SB 40 was done, despicable. We had bipartisan legislation to give each small group, each school district sovereignty, so we can decide what was best for our kids. That's what SB 40 did. It was voted into law 4 months ago, and now a judge up in District 10 shoots it down, rules against it, which puts it in limbo until the attorney general. Look at the time. It didn't suddenly become unconstitutional. They waited till the last minute, just like this board waited till the last minute, after everybody had made arrangements, made plans for their children. Whatever you think about masks, people plan their lives around their children. You are using these children for your political efforts. I'm not saying all of you do, but that's what's going on here. It's the only way to explain it. Masks don't work. We know that. The data is the same. You don't like death statistics, Mr. Brown? Well, that's idiocy, because they're the only statistics that everyone agrees on. There are more cases. Are there really? How many people have died from the Delta virus? How many students, how many people under 45 years of age have died in Douglas County since this began? Zero. Zero. So what are you saving us from? What you're doing, think of these kids 2 or 3 years from now that have been through this last year, getting ready to go through another year, which means they'll be a full year behind, emotionally damaged, addicted to prescription drugs. And they're talking to their cousins down in Texas or Florida or some free state and wondering why they're doing so poorly, why they feel so awful, why they can't pass their SAT scores. Could it be the year of the mask? Would it be the year that USD 348 decided to retard their children an entire year and sink them into clinical depression? I know we didn't do it on purpose then, but now if you vote to continue this stuff, keep these little kids in segregation. This is systemic child abuse, and that if you're voting for it, there will be a day you will be held accountable. This is a small town. I don't know how long any of you have been here, but my family goes back there generations, and some do. There's going to be some accountability. These kids are treated this cruelly by you, especially these bakery professors. My God, what are we going to say? Or you think that we won't despise you after what you have done to our children? You have done to our children. You have hurt our children. You don't think we will despise you? We will despise you till you die.
Hello, my name.
Okay.
My name is Mackenzie Davis. I was nervous right now. Sorry. I live here in Baldwin with a 10-year-old son and a 3-year-old daughter. I'm here today speaking on behalf of myself, my son, my daughter, a few others in here, or a few others that wanted to be here that aren't today. I also pulled my son out last year because of these mandates that were put into place. This year he did beg to go back on his birthday when school started. So I let him go back. And even though I knew that this optional situation that we voted on probably wasn't going to last, I did think it might last more than 2 days. My son has been in the unmasked room this last week, just like a few others in here, separated from peers.
Segregation room?
Yeah, that's coming. I know we're not supposed to re-say phrases over and over again, but I feel like the word segregation and discrimination really does need to be heard more than once, because that is what's happening. He went from loving being back to school to hating it in 1 day, and he is the only kid. Can you guys explain to me why children that are on IEPs are not getting what they deserve because they're not wearing a mask? To me, that's also illegal. Maybe. I know that a lot of you up here don't actually believe that this is right either. I genuinely believe that there's a lot of pressure being put on all of you. And I know that it's probably really tough to sit in those chairs. But the it's really not your job. Your job is to decide what's best for children based off of facts and information. And it seems like, and I could be wrong, but it seems like the facts and information, the real science, isn't actually being looked at, or else we wouldn't be having this thing conversation. I can appreciate, and I personally, I've never worn one, I won't wear one, and I'll never put one on my kids. And I can appreciate those that want to wear them. I respect your choice to choose. But what has happened now is that you still all have the choice to wear one. But what has happened is you've taken away the choice for us to choose if we want to wear them or not. And that's not right. We all should choose. And I think that's why we're all fighting. Like we all want, in my opinion, those that are here fighting for the same thing want choice. That's it. We just want to have the right to choose. Despite if these masks make you feel safe or not, statistically, they do not prevent the spread of viruses. Masks don't work. There are articles that prove it. And I'm not going to go into facts because they're very easily obtainable. And like I said, it's obvious that it's not being looked at. These masks represent fear and only that. Our children are afraid. They're afraid of people. They're afraid of going into the buildings. They're afraid of friends that they used to have. The division that this is causing is actually really sad to me. The separations that you're creating will cause years of lifetime trauma, if not already created. You're taking away a major piece of these kids' childhood that they will never get back. And the only way it changes is with you. All of us are in here are fighting for keeping your kids' freedoms, your grandkids' freedoms, all of you. And unfortunately, we have to rely on you to speak for all of us. If you can't see the amount of passion in the room with all these people that stood up earlier, these people are standing for freedom and choice. And if you can't see it, and maybe we elected the wrong people. We are here, like I said, for kids' freedom, medical freedom, your freedom. We want everyone to have the choice for what is best for them, not being told what is best for us. Not one size fits all, and that might be the only thing we can agree on here. The mask is where it starts, vaccines is where it's next, and after that, who knows? Once you take choice away, it never comes back. Some of us have health conditions, some of us have children with severe disabilities. Some of us are just here that we realize the mandates are just not only unconstitutional, but they are a deep crime against humanity. The facts are there. You want to see them for yourself, you can find it. It doesn't take long to find the information that we are all discussing. It may not be on your local MSN, but it is out there. Like I said before, it feels obvious that the research isn't being looked at. As our local officials, you should be standing up for what is right. And sometimes, right now especially, it doesn't feel like that's what's happening. Where there is risk, there should be truth. And the facts are that we aren't getting the truth. The truth isn't real. Your truth doesn't seem real. It's not based off of science. It's bought, it's paid for, and it's sit on science. So with real risk, there comes choice. And you're taking that choice away. Once you do, the freedoms never come back. And you will be the only ones to blame. Don't make this an I told you so thing. Just do the right thing. Thank you.
Good evening, Mike Finley, two kids in the district. Thanks for the opportunity to speak again. I added a little bit tonight. A lot of good speakers here. We talked about a lot of different things. I reflected on the week between the last vote and now, some ups and downs of the week versus I observed. I was able to attend the Smoke and Bricks event last weekend that our community had. Fantastic event held by our community where people were outside enjoying themselves. No debates around masks or no masks, although I would say 99% of the people were enjoying themselves without masks at that event. And it was just a wonderful opportunity to see a couple of things. Community out, enjoying each other, as I said, but I was watching 4 kids play football in front of the stage while the music was playing. And the joy on their faces and the carefree attitude of the entire crowd, just probably waiting for that football game when the speakers. It was nice to see, but juxtaposed against that, we see a lot of turmoil in our world this week, starting with what we see going on in Afghanistan, where it looks like the poor decision-making by our chief up there has resulted in a lot of turmoil and possible suffering. So poor leadership, that's what's happening there. We also see debatable leadership today by the House passing almost $3.5 trillion of spending that's going to affect all of us, not only these kids who get through COVID, but their kids and kids after that. Again, some poor leadership by Ivy laws. And then we have some poor leadership occurring last Wednesday night, where 3 people who really represent Lawrence decided to try to take away your voice by maybe making it easier for you to come to the night to try to put something else on. So that's going to be your decision. But they took away your voice. They dropped a big turd on you the next day at school. And the result of that is crazy stuff going on in these intermediate primary schools with segregation. It's terrible. It's planned. Again, dropped on the school board, dropped on the school district. Terrible. But fortunately, as we heard earlier tonight, you have a way to reverse that under the power of SB 40. You can say, you know what, we're going to take the power back. We're going to go back to the way we were a week ago, and we're not going to require any of our kids to wear these masks. We're going to make them optional, just like you agreed on a few weeks ago. You can do that. You have that power. I wanted to say that. I also want to say I've been in your position before, maybe not on a public school board. I served 6 years on the school board, 4 of them as director for a church preschool. And our objectives there were just as much as yours. Manage the budget, right? Develop a nurturing environment for our kids. And make sure that we have a goal, sustain the school. You guys all face this crisis right now. You face a crisis of enrollment. There are a lot of people unhappy out there. It's your duty to ensure enrollment and try to make a solution that's going to work for everybody. We're dug in. We ain't wearing masks, and a lot of us are planning on leaving the district. Do you really want that to be your legacy? To see your funding 2 or 3 years from now go down because of that? That's the financial part. Your budgets will be reduced. So enrollment ties to budget. And then you've got nurturing environment. All these parents love their kids. Anybody who sends their kids to school with a mask loves their kids for a own reason. That's the nurturing environment that the parents are providing. Your teachers are not there to baby our kids. They're not there to force masks on our kids. They're there to provide the education. That's the nurturing environment that you guys are responsible for providing. So focus on those things. Take your power back. Give these kids the option and get rid of this stupid 9-point system, please. I keep getting sick. Doesn't mean the whole thing is going to fall down. You know, we're all fearful that culture is circling overhead just because some kids got sick this week. Kids get sick. Every week for different things. They stay home, they get better, they come back to school week. Don't be so panicked with COVID that you destroy the purpose of your purpose. Thank you.
Who would like to go next?
I'm Kate Fox, and I just want to start by saying I'm really sorry for the commission that you guys last week to board, to administrators, to teachers. I see all of you. I appreciate you guys, and I just think it's really crappy what they all did to you guys. I can imagine how much you guys. I have the privilege of being one of the 6th grade teachers who has the really super privilege of knowing some of his kids are 11, some of his kids are 12, and having to police which is which, and having to make some of them wear masks. Anyway, I have 4 kids, one of which really likes to visit Children's Mercy Emergency Room, so I am on their newsletter list. And this came out, I got this on the 19th, this was printed, so I just printed it out. It's just what to know about RSV, and I won't read the whole thing. I just want to point out one section in here. Can RSV spread be prevented? All the same things we're doing to slow the spread of COVID-19 will also help prevent RSV from infecting people. Those things are wash your hands for at least 20 seconds, keep away from people who are sick, cover coughs and sneezes, clean surfaces often like doorknobs, car handles, phones, and keys, and stay home if you are sick. Nowhere in here does it say anything about wearing masks to prevent the spread of COVID or that is, I watched that entire commissioners meeting last Wednesday. I sat through the entire thing. I watched, I don't know, at least 60 people speak on why they don't want their kids in masks, the science against masks. And I think there was 2 that spoke out saying they wanted masks. I watched to the end where there was Zoom callers calling in, and I know there were several people from our community that called in. And I heard things like, I was at that meeting, but I was scared because there were so many unmasked people and I had to leave. That was the things that I was hearing. I was hearing that I'm scared my child is going to bring this home to me or home to another family member. Here's the problem that I have with that. All of this is mandated in fear from adults that is being passed to our kids. There is no science that shows any way that masks help our kids. In fact, the numbers came out earlier that Mr. Jordan sent out on the cases that are now, the highest cases we have are in the schools that are mixed. There is no proof that masks work. There's so much proof of what is happening to our kids because of the masks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, thanks for all you do.
Thank you.
Who would like to go next?
And everything. I am not going to try to repeat any of that. The one that I can bring to you is a personal story. It's just it's the tears that I've seen on parents' faces. It is the sleepless nights. It is the heartache that it's causing our families. Do you go home with them and hear the conversations between the husband and wife who cannot agree what to do? Do you go home and hear the kids who are facing the challenges that they're facing? You don't. And if you do, God bless you, commend you. But I'm a grandma. It's not okay. It's not okay to put this upon our children or our families in this community. And the other thing is just, well, you work for us. We also have a 14th Amendment, which there's a part of it that does say our right. It's our right to control the upbringing of our children. And that is an amendment. It's in the Constitution. Yeah, the hardships on the families. As you have the power is vested in you, that you have the authority, and supposed to make for the families. One of the things that really bothered me that I heard about this week was just the administration of teachers kind of worrying children that weren't walked in by parents. Okay, that's it. Thank you much.
Thank you, Amber. Who would like to go next?
You're gonna order pizza, remember us. Well, I mean, here we are again, right? I mean, we're in here, people are saying, give it back, I'm not giving it back. There's no facts, everybody knows. Masks don't work, there's facts. Bill laid it all out, simply, for everyone. For some reason, we're back here again, and I don't know what's going on. So, my wife was before me, right there before me. One thing that I disagree with is don't have a control. Yeah, well, you can decide, hey, there's going to be a mask mandate. You can do that. But we are taking back control. Yeah. That's what's happening. You can mandate all you want. It's not law, and we're not going to. It's just not going to happen. So there was a time where, for most of us that are in my age group, when what Mama said went, right? Mama said, and you listened. There was also a time when we knew that Dad was our protector. And when Dad got involved, somebody better be nervous, right? Well, Mama says, and dads are here, so somebody better damn well be nervous, because we're not sitting by them. Got notes this time. As a Marine, I chose to stand in the gap. And that gap was standing in the gap. The gap was between Americans, all Americans, and evil. That's the gap I chose to stand in. Once again, I'm choosing to stand in that gap. We are choosing to stand in that gap. For all Americans in tyranny. That's what we're choosing to do. I stood in that gap and am standing in that gap for the unwilling, the unable, and the ones that disagree with me. I chose that and I choose it again. And I will choose it every day. And I will choose it every school board meeting. And I will choose it every rally until we get back to where what Mama says goes. And that's what we're going to abide by. And when Dad shows up, we're nervous. Okay, that's when we get back to that, that's when I can take my backseat to service again. And just let the moms and dads. Okay, let the moms and dads. Once again, like I said last week, we're not saying you can't do it. Nobody in this area is saying you can't wear a mask. Saying go ahead, you have that choice. I served my country, so you have that choice. I served my country so the idiot can kneel at the football game. I disagree with it, but I don't want his right taken away because I disagree with it. There's a lot of rights I disagree with, a lot of actions I disagree with. I'm not trying to mandate them to not be able to kneel or not be able to stand and stomp on a flag, no matter how much it infuriates. I'm sure my comments infuriate. I don't care, but I'm not telling them that they can't do something. They can do it. They have every right to do it. So once again, I'm by no means am I up here begging for permission from anybody. And no offense, it's not a personal attack on anybody. I don't know any of you personally. But you're not in control as much in control as you think. Okay, so you can't vote however you feel you need to. I would ask you to vote based on true, real facts and not opinions and not fear. Because honestly, if everybody in this country lived by fear alone, who's there left to protect them? You wouldn't have a military. You wouldn't have the rights, the freedoms that you have now. But it took a group, and it continues to take a group of brave people, brave citizens, to stand up and push aside that fear and stand there for everybody that's in fear. Everybody. So I don't know who's going to see this online. I don't know what videos are going to be posted. It's a call to action.
Sir, could I ask you, so public comment, just a point of order. This is your time to address the board. That's okay. And so we would just ask that during this time that you have, and please stop time so that his time is not being taken from what I'm saying. If you could please continue so we keep it procedurally appropriate and just continue addressing us, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
So the call to action. Everybody standing behind me and anybody that can listen. Any service member, any current service member, any retired service member, anybody that has stood in that gap, I implore you, now is the time to get back in that gap. Now is not the time to sit there and say, I've done my service. Now is not the time. Now is the time to stand up, stand in the gap for everyone. Not for me, not for my grandkids, not for the ones that agree with me, for everybody. Get back in the gap and get back in the fight, because
We will not stay silent. You have not heard the last of us. We will not comply, and we will not stand by and let you guys mandate crap. Ain't gonna happen. No more.
Who would like to go next?
I originally wasn't going to speak tonight. I'm afraid of the citizen of Baldwin. I get super nervous speaking in public. Did not take public speaking in high school for that reason. But you know, I figured after my 3-year-old had the courage to stand up and say that I should have the courage to talk. I'm a mom of 2, Emma and James. Emma is 4, James is 3. They are not required by state to go to your public school. We chose to bring them to your public school, to bring them into this community and integrate them so that they could form relationships among them. We are not required to stay here. Okay, that's our decision to stay here. Okay, and I have a feeling, I'm reading it, I'm like a squirrel, so I have we're not required by the state to go to school. And like I said, this is my first school board meeting, and I have a feeling that there's many more of me to come. Okay, this audience is going to continue to grow if you just sit by and let Douglas County and the liberals run you over. Yeah. This, the calm before the storm. And believe me, I know what it looks like. You get a bunch of moms who are very protective of their cubs. We will fight to the death. Woo! A little TMI for you. I went through 2 unmedicated births with my children. That is the worst pain you will ever experience in your life. If I can go through that, I'm damn sure I can go through anything else and any other kind of pain to protect them and to give them a voice. Now, I'm not here to tell you that you're doing your job wrong or that you're letting someone plow you over, which you are, but that's not my job. My job is to protect them. My job is to give them the tools to succeed in life. My daughter is a social butterfly. Y'all, my biggest fear is that I'm going to take her to Walmart and she's going to say hi to every single person and end up abducted. Because she literally talks to everyone. Masks do not give her the courage to talk to everybody. Everybody is a stranger. Because she can't tell if that person is smiling back at her with an open hand and open heart to receive her message of love and acceptance, no matter who they are, no matter what age they are, no matter what skin color they are. She doesn't judge based on anything except her eyes and a mouth. That's it. And if she can't tell that somebody's smiling at her, how is she supposed to know if they're a good person? Now, James, my little courageous 3-year-old, he's COVID kid, you guys. He could not go out into public during COVID because everybody was masks or everybody was, kept in their little shell of a home and was not exposed to people. And you want to know what he told me on the very first day of school when he came home? I'm scared. Because his teacher, a preschool teacher, told him to pull up his mask over his face. His teacher became a stranger. Do you know how disheartening it is to hear your 3-year-old say that you're scared? When you took them to a public school supposed to be standing up for what's right. I don't want you guys to think about my kids though. I want you to think about the consequences that your guys' decision has on this community. And I'm not just talking about the school, because a lot of you probably don't have kids. I don't know you from Adam. I don't know you from me. Okay? And I don't know your ties to the school or if you have kids in school, but I know you have friends in the community. I know you have friends that own businesses in this community. I know you have friends that sell houses in this community. And guess what? We're not tied here. Okay? We can up and sell our house and move to the middle of BFE that doesn't give a damn about politics. And we can take our revenue elsewhere. That includes the revenue that goes to the school. So I urge you to listen to these people. They've read both sides. Have you? Have you opened your heart to both sides of the story? And it's not about science, you guys. It's about gut instinct, humanity. You all have a heart. Listen to it.
Time has expired. Thank you.
How we doing? My name is Josh Cohn. I'm a firefighter, a paramedic. I served in the United States military. I've been in the Baldwin area since 1994, and I have 3 daughters. One is 4th grade, and the other's in preschool. So, as a firefighter, a paramedic, I've had the opportunity to treat patients in a fire truck, back in an ambulance, and in a hospital. I've also worked during COVID as an advanced paramedic in a trauma center. That being said, I've also treated my fair share of COVID patients, and so I feel fairly intimate with the topic. That being said, as a public servant, serving in the military, I have an endearment to helping others, and I also have an endearment to ensuring freedom for those around me, myself, my family, my friends, and strangers that I don't know. And again, well, not again, but I will talk against some stuff as I go, so I apologize. Trying to keep on track. So I have some questions for the board. One would be, I sat through the deal here in the library where a couple of board members were present, and I heard, well, first saw all of you guys without masks, and I heard all of you say that you would have changed your decision about putting masks on the children from last year. It wasn't a couple of weeks later that we all ended up in masks and our children are back in masks. So my question is what happened? What are we doing? What's the future look like? You know, like the COVID vaccine, I know you guys have been bombarded with statistics, but I mean, you know, the Pfizer shot initially came out with a 95% effective rate. Its next assessment was it had 64%, and now it's down to abysmal 41% effectiveness. Okay, so that's the Pfizer vaccine. So there's a little bit of science about that, and that's from an article in Forbes's Forbes.com, their medical section last month. So declining, or you know, the science what supports the vaccine. My concern is, you know, where's the science that supports the
mask. I'm not seeing it. I'm not hearing it. I'm not feeling it. Again, I'm here speaking for my wife. She's concerned for my children. As I walked out of the house tonight, again, I came here to be a spectator, but my children were literally cheering, "Go Dad, fight masks," as I walked out the door. And my concern too, as a parent, is when my daughter comes home from school. Yesterday, I believe it was, and she said that they have to run at PE. They have to run with their masks on. If they pull their masks down, they get one warning and then they get in trouble. Okay, and to me, again, that just doesn't make sense. Why are we doing this? It doesn't make sense. So I'm just going to leave you with this request, is that as our representatives, I ask that you represent us, and I have not heard a single person speak tonight in favor of masks. And based on the crowd here, what I see on social media, and again, I've been here since 1994. I know quite a few people in this community, and I don't know very few people that differ from my opinion. I don't support a mask mandate. I support freedom of choice. I support, if you want to get the vaccine, get the vaccine. If you want to wear a mask, wear a mask. But don't force me or my kid to do the same. That's really good. Thank you.
And you're involved. We should be nervous.
I'm Brandon Cruz. I got 2 of those school districts here, and I agree with everybody here 100%. What we need to realize too is we moved here from sports. We're a big wrestling family. I got blessed with one son. They play soccer. I got beat there. They play football. So we support everything. My little girl also would work out every day. With Kid Harrison camp all the time. Never miss a practice. We go to Lawrence twice a week to wrestle. So here's what we're going to take. You're going to divide the community up, because everybody's going to be mad at you. They're not going to want to support the sports. My son really played football, but I never miss a Friday night football game. I never miss a football game. There's 200 people just like me. They don't have boys that can watch football. We support that. We do the fundraisers, take time out of our, busy schedules to support them kids. Kid needs to do math. Let's do a barbecue. We're all about that. So let's not lose sight of the boys out there practicing football, and everybody's going to be pissed off at you guys. So, well, we're not going to go watch football. It's not fair to them run out when the other side's got more people than their home, the home team. Let's not lose sight of the kids too, while you guys are making a difficult decision, I guess. So that's all I got. Think about the
My family's lived in Baldwin for 19 years. My 2 sons. I was graduated a few years ago from Baldwin High. The others are juniors this year in high school. I've always been fascinated by consumer behavior or consumer psychology. As consumers of information, I know that we only retain a fraction of what we hear the first time we hear it. So here's take 2. Webster's dictionary defines truth as follows: the body of real things, events, and facts, actuality, the state of being, fact, a transcendent, fundamental, or spiritual reality, an idea that is true, the statement of being in accord with fact or reality. Again, I'll quote from an article titled "The Purpose of Education." Education must also train one for quick, resolute, and effective thinking. To think incisively and to think for oneself is very difficult. We're prone to let our mental life become invaded by legions of half-truths, prejudices, and propaganda. At this point, I often wonder whether or not
education is fulfilling its purpose. A great majority of the so-called educated people do not think logically and scientifically. Even the press, the classroom, the platform, and the pulpit in many instances do not give us objective and unbiased truths. To save man from the mores of propaganda, in my opinion, is one of the chief aims of education. Education must enable one to sift and weigh evidence, to discern the true from the false, the real from the unreal, and the facts from the fiction. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. wrote these words in 1947, 74 years ago. It could have been written today. We as a community, as parents, as educators, should be the example of how to sift through evidence to discern facts from fiction. The negative discourse taking place in our country is purposefully perpetuating the divide for an agenda of which an appalling number of citizens are oblivious. If we don't stop it, the result is divided we fall. We as Americans are supposed to be on the side of freedom. As Americans, we are supposed to be about accountability, justice, truth, individual liberty, bravery, and independence. Our independence and freedoms are what allow us to make choices, and it's with accountability that we are to accept the consequences of the choices we make. Taking away the freedom to choose for oneself, or my right to choose for my child, is a very slippery slope. The lyrics "Land of the Free and Home of the Brave" resonate within us. It asserts that it takes brave people to establish a democracy where the citizens are free from tyranny. To overthrow the shackles of oppressive governments and systems takes effort. Throughout the existence of our nation, we are the home of the brave because Americans display courage. If we allow the narrative of division to dictate the decisions made in our communities and schools, we will no longer be the land of the free and the home of the brave. The United States of America, we have known, the America so many have fought and died to protect, will also die. If we don't stand up and say no to those who are dividing us, determine where we agree and work toward common ground in areas where we disagree by extracting the facts, we will fall. Instead of being the land of the free and the home of the brave, we will be the land of the fearful and the home of the cowards. You cannot make illogical logical. The decisions being made for our children cannot be based on opinions or feelings. The expectation of your constituents is to ensure that our tax dollars are used efficiently to provide education for our children and grandchildren. Students are sent to school to learn how to read, how to write, how to understand the relationship of numbers, to explore and discover through science, and to know the history of our nation and our world. Are you here to ensure the education of our children, or are you here to be a pipeline for the bigger agenda? Set the example and seek the truth.
I get so sweaty and nervous, even though I've talked to you guys several times, but even more so to have my 9-year-old stand up here and speak to you, that's when the real ones kick in. Anyways, I know you guys have seen on the news lately, there was video footage or a picture of people falling out of the sky in Afghanistan off of the airplane. That's not because they're trying to escape a pandemic. There wasn't one mask on any one of these people. That was happening because they're not free. And this is how it starts. And I know you know that because we can read history books. We know how this goes, and that's why we are here. Okay. How is exploiting what is closest to my heart going? Along with a lot of the other people in here. That's our kids. That's my kids. We had a really vulgar and vile display last board meeting by somebody who claimed that my kids aren't my kids. But until she spends sleepless nights when they're sick or starts paying for medical expenses, that is not true. Can we just go with what's a lie and what is not? That is a lie. They are not her kids. They are my kids. And I work extremely hard to make sure they are very well taken care of. You heard all of the stats and the lack of data on the uselessness of masks on children. So what do you want? You want me to cut myself and bleed? Since we've gotten up here and spoken how many times and we're still all just confused as can be on what's gonna happen now, what's coming next, what's on episode like 12 now? You want a foot race? I'm not kidding. Arm wrestling? Let's try to get my kids to where they can go to school and either go get a decent education or have to go to a segregation room. Leaders eliminate confusion. That's what you were all supposed to be. If I'm being completely honest, the only person on this board that I thought, okay, we at least know where their stance is on this, and who hasn't created just a buttload of confusion is Bill Harvey and honestly Tony Brown. No question as to where these guys are on this, whereas the rest of you have gone back and forth on what your anecdotal evidence is telling you week at a time. No educator, or I want you to introduce me to an educator who loves being the mask police in their classroom instead of accomplishing the curriculum that has been laid out for them this year. So segregation of children is wrong for any reason. Would it make you more comfortable if we put the kids in the segregation room in blue and white striped pajamas with a golden star? My mom has offered to make them if that would make everybody here happy. I do believe that the segregation of children in the intermediate center and the primary center this week need to be addressed. The document that has a different quarantine policy for vaccinated versus unvaccinated children is illegal, according to Senate Bill 159, Provision 5960, and they will need to be removed. We are divided. Last week's assault on a board member proves that. I don't know for sure. I know a lot of you on a personal level, but I think you can see as a parent of children in this district, speaking for me, I don't think it would be anybody's intention to be segregating our children, right? All I ask is a parental choice. So we can all get back to doing what this board is supposed to be doing and helping ensure that our children get an education. Can we please, for the millionth time now, get back to that?
Is there any other public comment at this time? Yes, sir.
Hello, board members. My name is Joe Baldwin. I'm coming here as a husband and not. Really no interest in commenting on last mandates. Was not planning on commenting tonight, but Corey just brought up my wife. A lot of people tonight have commented very eloquently about freedom here. I just want it to be known that I know you guys didn't like it. If the cheerleaders before that, I know you didn't like this to go along with our children, but you gotta hand it to her. She spoke with no fear, and she spoke with freedom. And as proponents of freedom, I think you would be very appreciative of that. thank the board very much. For the hard work, I know this is tough for you guys, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Joe. Any other public comment?
Virginia Merritt, I just want to say that, this is not just a position to be in. Literally, parents here in a matter, speaking to you from my heart and thankful for this message. This is not easy for lots of reasons. The decision here is probably one of the most difficult. And I would like to try to like bring them together as much as possible. I don't know how we do it, but again, just kind of wanting to make it known that I'm not like speak in a lot that feel the way that I do are not either. We want to find. I also want to say that I'm here. There's a lot of people that are not here with me because of how hard the situation is. It's not easy to speak up when a full room is against you and there's been bullying and people have connected directly at the meeting. And I absolutely do not want that in school. You know, the children that choose to do that, and it does happen, and it's not being made fun of because of pictures that they drew. It's because the same kind of rhetoric that you're hearing tonight is what's happening in our fourth grade classroom, and that is so damaging and just probably the most difficult of us. Since someone chose to quote me from the commissioner's meeting in regards to being scared, I do not feel scared to the students. I choose to protect myself that I feel appropriate. And thankfully, certainly makes a big step to do that. As I feel together to help us get past putting the community at risk and putting the hospitals at risk and the people that care for us, so that we can have simple everyday procedures that can happen for us to thrive. So I just wanted to point out that we are now at 9 positive cases in the district, which includes the health. And so we mentioned at one point that roughly 8 kids was at 5% threshold. That gives us a 7 point for math mainly for the district. And then we are also testing over 5% positivity in our community. That's 3 points and 0 to 17 cases. So I just want to remind you that the protocols are now put in place and that has been stated from the beginning of this, even when you guys voted to start clear with math, everyone voted that way. This is going to be an ebb and flow situation. Unfortunately, this is where we're at. Unfortunately, this is we're all involved. I also want to say that I've had parents and teachers reach out to me this week because I'm dropping my kids off at school, thanking me for speaking at these meetings because they don't feel comfortable to do so because of their involvement in the community. And I feel like this is a very dangerous situation. It's easy to see this crowd of people here and to think that's all the voice that you have, but that is not all the voice. And that is not all that I can see it from the aware of happening on social media. There are plenty of people, parents in the district, who are not even on social media. lots of different reasons. Speaking to the military, people that spoke tonight, lots of respect for you. And my best friend is currently working with the Pentagon, masked, vaccinated, doing what's best for our military, to keep everybody healthy and and that's what I want. I just want to start with people and do the things that we do to help support everyone. So, and again, I know that comment about our kids especially. I have no idea what happened at that meeting. But I think that's something is that the hour is our in our community. The hour is teachers, the classroom, they have those students, they are their students, that they are there to protect people. They are there to educate. So, thank you.
Time is expired. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to make public comment?
I did take my child to school Friday. I took him to school on Friday. He moved home because he's perfect. We're not trying to take my rights away from people that are not illegal. But I do have a very good point to make, and I'm not wearing masks or not wearing masks. When you wear a mask, it's hard for kids to understand what they're saying. My third grader needs to hear and see what they're saying. He's an IEP kid. He can't get the specialist that he needs because he doesn't want to. My son, who is smart, decided to keep his own masks this week. It's worked just fine for the guidelines, but it's completely true. It works for the school. What are we doing? We need to protect the kids. Everybody needs to have a choice. Mask or no mask. Make the choice for your kids. Please protect our kids by letting the parents make this choice. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz. Who else would like to speak?
So I wrote this last Wednesday. I'm Shiloh, and I have $2. Again, I get really nervous. I'm just gonna read. I just wanted to say that I know that our community is divided when it comes to math, but our community is divided when it comes to our children. You know that saying, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, guess what? This is our village. Everyone in this district has taken a role to raise your children, whether you agree. Do you teach your kid that ridiculous math problem they teach now? Do you teach your child to stand up in a single file line to recess? I know I didn't. I'm not a teacher. Your child's teacher did all that, plus many more lessons. Too numerous to list. When you sit there and attack the district because your rights have been taken away. I am personally for parents' choice, but when it comes to the mandate, I'm going to follow the Dutchess County because that is what they decided to implement to keep our children safe. I don't believe that anyone should be disrespectful to the school members like they have. I'm not sure why parents have permission to scream, yell, at me, and even face training. I've only spoken once at a meeting due to the fact that those of the inside are so disrespectful. I sat back and watched things unfold. I sat and watched a handful of parents and patrons who don't want masks to be disrespectful to those school members who are willing to support the mask. With the exception of last week, all but one supporting the mask mandate has maintained respectful in public. If you were screaming, yelling, and making threats deserve to be in a safe environment. My girls deserve to get the same education and respect that all other students deserve. Yet last year, my youngest was held back because of this. She was called the N-word by a classmate. She was told she was not allowed to play with them because she was black. Who teaches these children such hate? What about the kids who are bullied constantly being a member of the LGBTQ plus community? Some of you that are against the mask would happily take away a safe place for those children, a place where they can feel like themselves, a place where they feel free and not being judged because of who they are. You want to talk about freedom and rights? Well, what about their freedom and rights? Every student in this school has the right to feel safe, but some do not. There are such bigger issues in this district besides the mask. Why don't we focus more on erasing racism and bullying? I get that some kids don't want to wear masks, and some adults don't wear masks. However, we can each play a small part in protecting the community and our district from wearing masks. What happens if we don't operate because students aren't wearing masks? Students will have to quarantine. Students will miss out on that safe place to go. Students who need to be able to have a meal during the day will miss out on that. Some students who are in sports or certain clubs will miss out on those activities. Last year, my daughter ended up missing 2 weeks of volleyball and school because she ended up with COVID and was extremely sick. Thank goodness my work allowed me to work from home. But what about the parents that can't work from home? They will have to stay home and take care of their children. Some may lose pay, some will not lose pay. I get that masks are not 100% effective, but it's one layer of protection that can keep several children in school. If this small act of kindness infringes on their personal freedom so much, the point of kids in a district or homeschooling who have that freedom to do any of those alternative options. We have all worn masks for a while, and they are not child abuse. Children can pull their masks away from their faces to get the extra fresh air and put it back on. At recess, they are allowed to take it off. At lunch, they are removed. If you are worried about masks getting dirty, send an extra mask with your students so they can choose it. You are making this way more difficult than it really needs to be, honestly. I am all for standing up for what you believe in, but let's try and be adults about it. Let's try to communicate without yelling, screaming, and cursing. Let's respect each other enough to show our kids that we will work together to keep our community healthy. Let's find a common ground for our children's sake because it's truly about them. I guarantee some of you who are throwing a fit about the mask issue actually have children that would easily deal with the mask mandate with zero complaints. I have seen it with my own eyes. I truly believe that our kids want to be in school, let them be in school, even if they have to wear the mask for a while. Last year, the elementary students wore masks all day, every day, including my daughter. Guess what? She was fine. The kids who were in sports activities, clubs at the high school, and students who were enrolled in dance and choir at BAB wore masks. They were just fine. Please respect the decisions that are being made so our children can get the education they need, the safe place they need, the food they need. This is for them, not you.
So you're okay. Your time has expired. Hey, Megan, just pop up just say time if I miss it. Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Okay. All right, at this time, we will move on to new business, but since it is 11 after 9, does anyone need a 5-minute restroom break, or do you guys want to go on through? Yeah, okay. So put this on ice. We're going to come back and do the discussion of the Douglas County mandate as part of board discussion, and let's come back at 9:16. That way it gives 5 minutes for a restroom break. Okay, thank you.
All right. Have everybody? All right.
Okay, we will go ahead and call this meeting back to order. So now we are at the new business section of our meeting, discussion of Douglas County Board of Commissioners mask mandate. So to introduce this a little bit, this topic, and also I'm going to try to keep notes so that I can answer with the things that I say, as many of the things that are said in public comment. But a couple of the questions that were raised is, one, why are we doing this? Why were we hanging out in the library all cool that late July? What has made things different? Josh had asked those questions, who's a paramedic and a firefighter and has served. Thank you for your service. So that really kind of leads into, why are we talking about this? I will be very honest. Folks, I understand that you were upset about the mask mandate last week, and I was pretty fired up about it too. And we voted, just to walk through the timeline, what has changed. In late July, we voted 6-1 for people making choices about what they needed to do for your kids, understanding that we've learned a lot over the past year, and we understand that particularly for our youngest ones, we have learned and a lot of things in the data about how that affects their educational experience, or potentially can. It's different for different kids. Kids are different, their needs are different. But that was a big part of what did drive our conversation. So that's where we were at the end of July. We voted on that 6-1. We then said, okay, this is what we want to try to do, because we do want to try to listen to people. Trust me. I know I can speak for everyone here. No interest in telling any person how to raise their. Somebody said, "Are you a mom?" Yep. I don't talk about it very much because I don't think it's appropriate in this role, because it's not about me. But yeah, I'm a mom, and do I understand that when it comes to our children, that triggers something very deep and very primal. I get that. My kids are getting flack because I'm sitting in this chair right now serving, okay? So I understand and I hear you on that. And we're not always as rational as we maybe would like to be but we're protecting our kids. We think we're doing what we need to do for our kids. So we hear you on that. Some of you might believe that and some of you might not. That's all I can do is just say that's what it is, at least from my point of view. Other board members can speak to that later. So the guiding question I have been asking myself since last year is, what if I'm wrong? What if we're wrong? I pretty much operate like that all the time. And we did learn a lot from last year. So that's why we came up with the vote that we did at the end of July. Then from there, we asked administration to develop some protocols. Again, I said this at the last meeting, understanding that it was not a perfect document. In our community, for those of you, it will not have gone far enough. And for others of you, it was already going too far and overcooking the grits. And we understand that. When you sit out there, you have the luxury of having your point of view and your point of view only. When you sit up here, I promise you, we are really trying to do what is best, not just for our community, but most importantly, for our kids. We can have healthy disagreement about what that is, but we want every single child to have the best possible education. I feel so lucky to live here. Even with all this mess going on and the ways we have turned on each other, I am so grateful that I've been able to raise my kids here. And even with the ugliness, I still feel that way, because I always think there's more good than bad. And I've seen even improvement in some of those things that we've talked about as related to public comment, which is another thing we'll get back to. No, that's not this meeting. That's another meeting. Okay. So we took it back to the administration and our fantastic district school nurse, who has worked tirelessly and in conjunction with the county about, here's what we want to try to do as a board, as administrators, with district nurse, what can we do? That document came back to us at the beginning of August. That was approved 6-0. Okay, so there we go. And then 2 days into school, okay, the county mandate happened. I understand that, particularly with that happening the night of, and our superintendent advocated very honorably on behalf of our district. Called in the meeting, said, hey guys, we're really trying to do what's best for kids. If this is what you're gonna do, can you give us until Monday ideally? And I quote, but at the very least, give us 24 hours because he and our administrators do understand what's best for kids. And if you're gonna rock their world with something that wasn't a rule yesterday, that is now a rule today, they understand that wouldn't that have been nice? Wouldn't that have been developmentally appropriate for families to be able to discuss that? What if mom had the late shift and didn't get a chance to talk with Timmy before grandma picks up Timmy and takes Timmy to school? Boom, made no sense. So I hear you on that, okay? Trust me, I've had other people say, you gotta, I had a very get off our yard reaction. Okay, I did. I've said that to other people, and yet, here we are. And that's what we need to talk about. How does the mandate impact us? I know that folks in public comment, and we want to address that in our discussion when we start that. But you can fight it, you can do this, you can do that. We're gonna go over what we can and cannot do and have that discussion about what we are then, what we then should or shouldn't do. But that quick turnaround time, 2 days into the school year, is not what we're looking for either. I'm irritated about it. I'm irritated that they didn't give notice. I also respect that people are doing what they think is right as well. And I appreciate their service in that, although I disagree with how they went about it. And again, I ask myself, okay, how am I wrong on this? And so at this time, with the spirit of, you might be right. I may have it wrong. I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Dorothy to explain where we are with the mask mandate, and then open that up for board discussion per the various concerns that have been addressed. Have them written down. I've already sent a million emails about it. Concerns about kids being taken out of class. We have to talk about that. But again, teachers and administrators who are in that position of having to follow the law, what is it that they are being asked to do? Everyone is in an impossible situation, and it's very easy to say, well, this is the obvious thing, and it might be. Again, several of you talked about common ground, so let's have that discussion. Mr. Dorothy, if you could address some of those things, particularly as it was talked about with IEPs, different rooms, all of those things are part of what we need to talk about with, and also exemptions, what those look like, how that's defined by the county, and what our response is to the county. Sorry, I'm going to say one more thing. We also need to have as part of our discussion, is the mandate of the law? Do they have that jurisdiction? They do. I know that's not what people think or what they want to hear, but we are going to talk about that and why, because that was one of the first questions I asked. And maybe I have it wrong. So let's have a discussion about what we've been advised, what we've been told, where we can go from there.
Most certainly we have a short timeline, again, to try and put this together, especially for parents to have a chance to talk with kids about what was going to happen the next day. Most certainly the next day, we decided to have a grace period. There was no way we were going to make that, even though we were not aligned with the mandate immediately the next morning. We tried to give families another day until we could think through some of the things that needed to happen and all the changes that had to happen with the mandate. So we went through that process, most certainly, one, finding out that the county had authority to do that. Yes, we found out that they do have the authority to do that. We then started trying to figure out different ways that we could handle and work with families that felt differently about them. We most certainly knew that we would have a lot of families that did not want to have their children in mask. We knew that. They made that very clear. So we tried to find the best ways we could make that work. Most certainly trying to keep every kid in school. Most certainly every parent has not chosen that. But most certainly we were trying to keep every kid in school. Most children complied with the mask rule the next day. We did have those that felt like, I want my child in school, but I do not want them in a mask. So most certainly we tried to think through what would be a way to do that. And asking the Kansas Association of School Boards attorneys, asking them, how can we do that? Short of just suspending kids, because we're not going to get the business to try and suspend kids. So I hope that's not. So the thing was offer a classroom separate from the others that allow kids to be at school at their lessons and take it that way. So that's why we offered it. We did not want it out of school. So we did it that way. A lot of kids were able to either find an exclusion or another way to get themselves back to the classroom. Some chose to start wearing a mask. So that move was made. And we need to discuss that because the special ed part of that is a challenge. And we need to talk about how we can make that work in trying to get those kids and keep them at school if we can. So with that, what else can I talk about?
Can we address SB 40? Because again, with this climate in which information is shifting literally under everyone's feet, and it's frustrating to people, it's understandably causing anger. It's important for people to understand what has been explained to us about SB 40. Because that was one of the first questions I asked. Well, hey, wait, SB 40, we can do what we want, right? We have our own autonomy. Let's speak to that.
Okay, so SB 40 was originally put out by the legislature to make it so that individual school boards can make their own decisions about mask mandates and things that have to do with COVID. So SB 40 was developed at that time. There was methods in there for people to challenge if they disagreed with that. If the board made a decision, they could challenge that decision at that time. This summer, a judge in
Johnson County
stayed that bill, Senate Bill 40. Well, let me add one more thing. There was an emergency order that lasted till our last day of school, about May 28th. Some say it lasted a little longer than that, but essentially that order basically went away for schools at that time because there was not an emergency order. But so then this judge stayed, so it was not in place, not operating basically. Then today, the state Supreme Court did a temporary order and put it back in place. And with that, it does not apply to school districts. It applies to a lot of local governments, city governments, county governments, but it does not apply to school districts because there is not an emergency order right now. So all those things that were in the Senate Bill 40 do not apply to school districts as we've been advised. That does mean that the county is held under SB 40. So we must certainly ask because of our interest in, does that mean the county mandate can be challenged? Our understanding is it can be through the SB 40 process. If someone so chooses to do that. So we're kind of, most certainly all of us are interested in what happens with the county mandate and whether that's going to continue through or possibly be extended past September 22nd, 23rd, whatever date it is. So that's Senate Bill 40 and where it stands right now.
Thanks for explaining that, because there were things in the headlines today that suggested that every part of Senate Bill 40 was completely back on the table. And it's not. So it's important that people know that and understand that. Other board members, there's still lots of stuff to talk about, but what other discussion points do anyone else want to raise?
What do you mean just in general or just about, just opening up for discussion?
I'm just opening up so that everyone has an opportunity. I know we still have, other pieces of moving back to our district operations that we're going to talk about under COVID-19 protocols and district status check. How are things going with what we already had in place, and then also, the mandate that then is being deferred to us to enforce. I feel like those conversations with how that's affecting IEPs and all those, that I feel like that would kind of fall in under the protocol discussion, maybe not, but if somebody else has a different idea or anything they would like to add further, I just want to give that opportunity. If not, we'll move on.
Well, I'll go ahead then. I think you did a good job of answering Josh. So I wrote down Josh's questions also. I think he said, what happened? What does the future look like and why? What happened was the county mandate. That was what came down. By law, like Mr. Dorothy was saying, we are obligated to follow that. So that's the what happened. What's the future look like? I don't know. My problem with a mask mandate in general is that if everything goes really well, it's because you're in the mask, so then you should have to stay in the masks. If everything doesn't go well, then if people probably weren't wearing their mask, I don't see the end goal other than, I don't know what's going to be different on September 22nd or 23rd than what's not done now. I think the county could have, if in good faith, could have done a much better job of putting this down if it was really that they wanted to try to make this. To do it at 11 o'clock at night and deny just say, give us a few days to get this under control and figure out what we need to do, and to have that be, denied or just completely ignored. It just makes me question the motives, not even really the science, but just, what I don't understand. I can't wrap my head around the logical reason for them just doing that at 11 o'clock at night, listening to the district superintendent saying, hey, look, this is really going to screw us up, give us a couple of days. I can't, especially going right into a weekend. It was like, so I can't wrap my head around the reasoning behind that. So I have no idea. I don't think it is done well. It's like, I don't remember who said it. Everybody knows how I feel. Everybody knows how Tony feels. And nothing about that has changed for me, but I do think that there's lots of things that we need to talk about. I don't like this idea of segregation. I don't like the issues with the IEPs there are things that we are obligated legally as a school district to do that aren't happening, and things that I think we're obligated as a school district to not have happen that are happening, whether that's kids getting bullied because they're wearing a mask or because they're not wearing a mask. That needs to be kind of at the forefront. Let's see. I do think that it's unfortunate, probably we kind of heard, unconstitutional for there not to be religious exemption. So I think that one of the things that I think we should talk about is the addition. I don't feel I don't have any qualms or issues with, does that put me at some liability with it now being against the county to add a religious exemption in? I think that we should do that. And I think we should talk about that. The other thing I don't like about the mask mandate from the county is the enforcement of that falls squarely on the shoulders of our teachers and staff. I don't think that's fair to them. I don't think it's fair to students. I don't think it's fair to parents. I don't think it's fair to the administrators now to have that adversarial relationship. I know this kid doesn't want to wear a mask. His mom doesn't want to wear a mask. I'm stuck having to do this. Now that immediately puts you at odds with a parent as a teacher, or puts you at odds with the kid. The kid maybe doesn't feel as comfortable or as safe or willing to explore his world or her world. as they would in a setting where that's not enforced by the teachers. I don't like that. I don't know a way around that. If we have a mask mandate and we are enforcing it, that necessarily means then those people that are with those kids, have to yell at the fourth grader, or you have to yell at their third grader, or constantly remind their third grader, and then how does that look when they say, well, why do I have to wear my mask? Now the teacher has to come up with a reason why they have to wear their mask. Well, it's because the government, because the county told you to, or, oh, it's because of COVID and you should be scared, or it's, and where my mom says I don't have to, but you say I have to. I mean, there are so many things outside of, just the virus itself and the mitigation effects of the masks. And again, I don't expect my opinion to change anybody else's opinion. Just like I don't really expect somebody else's opinion to change my opinion. Facts would change that. But I don't like where we are, and I don't see a good path forward that makes sense to me, is logical and meets all of these criteria. And number one, keeps the mask mandate in place, and also keeps us from running afoul of the law and then having personal liability for litigation. I hate where we are, and I hope that somebody is smarter than me and knows a good way forward from here, because I don't see one. I mean, I kind of see three options for how we proceed as a school board. The first one is to completely ignore it, go rogue, and say we're not going to do masks. That, as we were advised, opens us up each individually for legal liability. We're running afoul of the law. We can go the other end of the extreme and say we're going to enforce this down to the very minute letter of the law, and everybody is going to have to wear masks, and teachers are going to be responsible for wearing of ensuring masks. Kids are going to get suspended if they're not wearing masks, and all of the issues that brings up. And then, I mean, again, to me, I'm not saying any one of these is right, but then the third option would be middle of the road and say, okay, we're gonna have a mask mandate, but do exactly what the county did and just not give it teeth. They passed this mask mandate, said we're not going to enforce it. Well, why don't we follow their example and just say, okay, we have a mask mandate, but we're not going to enforce it. I have issues with that too, because I don't like making rules that I'm not going to follow through on. But I mean, we've got that precedent set already by the county to say that they've done this and said that, apparently that's an okay way to do it, is make a rule and then not enforce it. And again, I have issues with that too, but I just don't see a way forward. I mean, where we're at is not acceptable, and I don't see a place where we can get to and be acceptable to everybody and everything.
Does anybody else have anything we want to say before we move on to COVID protocols?
I was just gonna say that I don't remember exactly what we did last year on these things, but I think that we should look a little bit harder at what we did, because I agree with everything that, well, I won't say everything about Phil, but, and I think that we all do that. All of those specifics have so many problems because this was all rushed. The IEPs, the separating people who aren't wearing masks, the enforcement of it. We have issues with all of those. And I think that maybe we should look harder at how we handled those last year, because we didn't have, I'm sure we have problems, but they weren't this drastic. So I think we should take some time to really look at how we dealt with them before. And I know circumstances and emotions are different, and that's part of the problem. But I think that we should start at that and go back, rather than just start with, oh my goodness, we've got this huge problem. What are we going to do? And look back at history a little bit.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interject. I didn't even look up to see if anybody else is getting ready to talk, so sorry if I interrupted you. I feel like part of the issue, just like Carrie just said, was the kind of the rush nature of this. But I also think part of the issue is that, at least for these past 3 or 4 days now, it's all kind of running together, that we've been operating as a district. We've kind of been rudderless, because there hasn't been this meeting to sit down and say, this is how it's going to happen. This is how we want this implemented. And I think before we leave tonight, I think we should have in place, this is how we want this to be implemented. I don't want, if there is a burden that has to get carried and have somebody be mad at, I don't want it to be parents that are mad at the teachers. I don't want it to be parents that are mad at the administrators. I'd rather have parents mad at me on the board because you know what, I'm not the one educating their child. I'm not the one sitting in the classroom with them. I want that relationship to stay good. And I'm happy to bear the brunt of whatever kind of, penalty or dislike or hate or love or admonishment or encouragement comes from whatever side. And so I do think that we should have in place whatever protocols they come up with. I mean, whether, if we all say, hey, look, we think segregation is great, we should do that. Great, we should do that. And I think that directive should come from us to tell people what they need to do so that we don't have, this animosity, that everybody can at least focus their anger at us as opposed to at the individual teacher. Well, Mrs. Todd is making my kid wear it, and my friend's daughter's teacher is saying that, oh, you don't have to. I want there to be one set of rules, and for us to set that down and take the responsibility for making that set of rules as opposed to just leaving it open. So.
I fully agree. And when people are saying, why are you having another meeting? What are you trying to pull? We're having another meeting because when the mandate happened and other things were going on, we read those concerns, we listened to those concerns and say, okay, we gotta have a meeting to take direction so we can take the hit. Agreed fully. Here's the thing. I don't know of any single person who got into education, whether they're currently in the classroom or in an administrative role or in a nursing role or a coaching role or any of those things, that wants to be fighting with families about anything, let alone masks. I mean, ideally, teachers, we work in partnership. I don't want anybody telling me how to parent my children either, and they don't. So I hear that part of what you're saying, but I want to be in partnership with educators. So I'm just trying to keep track of where we're at. We have several issues I think we need to address, and if I've missed one, board members, please speak up. No, ma'am, that's okay. Thank you for asking. You can email your question, absolutely. So what is enforcement? What are our options, if any, for exemptions? What kind of directives do we want to try to offer for IEP or have that discussion? Separate classrooms, and just be on record about that and be very forthright. And again, that gives people then the opportunity to say, okay, I can live with that. I'm here. I'm staying here. This is my community. Or they can say, you're nuts, we're out. That's part of what's driving the frustration. I can't guarantee what the county is going to do tomorrow. I know I don't like it. I know I'm going to work within the law and write letters and advocate. But I cannot in good conscience sit here as a board member and say we should not follow the law. I don't like the law. I think we should work for change for those who feel that way. But I also don't think I can set that example as an adult of children. When we don't like laws, we work to change them. I don't just decide to not follow the law because I don't want to. Even though I'm tempted and there's a part of me that's like, it's not right. I get that. But I don't see any other option for us. I'm not willing to jeopardize this district's ability to hand out diplomas, to be able to pay for staff and give people jobs to go off and fight the county. I'm not. So you know that very clearly about me, even though I'm tempted and I'm irritated. That's where I'm at. So guys, let's talk about those 6 things that and if there's something else, add to it. So that we can provide some directives. I think we've kind of transitioned sort of we're still kind of on mandate, but we're also within the protocols that they are now. So we've kind of made a little segue into old business. We also have Nurse Lisa Patrick, who's going to talk with us at some point. So why don't we try to tackle a little bit of this, because I don't want to keep her here any longer. She's been testing people and doing all the things. On behalf of so many. So thanks for hanging in. Go ahead, guys.
Yep. Anybody?
This is the part where I said I don't see a good road forward. because,
Yeah.
because I mean, if we decide that we're going to say we're going to enforce it, you're making teachers and administrators and custodial staff, whoever's walking by seeing, Max with his mask off. Now he's got to be like, hey, put your mask up.
Mhm.
What happens when he doesn't put his mask up? I mean, it's an endless, algorithmic tree of like what happens. And at the end of that tree, either, he puts his mask up or what, he gets suspended. I mean, that's kind of where it gets to be. And depending on how Max is feeling that day, what he's going to do, there's no telling. So, I really struggle. I don't see a good inform. Do we hire a police officer and he roams the halls? I mean, do you have hall monitors? I mean, should we make, when I was a kid, you had the person that walked the hallways and made sure you weren't, spending too long by your locker with your girlfriend or going to the bathroom outside of class, and get the little armband there, the hall monitor. I just don't see a scenario where it works out well.
Understand.
So Dr. Harvey. Sorry, my mic went off. Did I get your mic?
I see that side of the room.
I'm not using mine. Here,
Can you use this one?
Or
There you go.
red light keeps on.
we can play musical mics.
So Dr. Harvey, I think I'm going to shock you and I'm going to shock everybody in the room and say, I actually agree with you. This situation sucks. And we've been handed a terrible situation that has no easy answers. And you all acknowledge that. And I appreciated your passion that you spoke from on both sides, because I know this is a controversial issue and there is no way we can please everybody. And we're just going to have to live with that and make the best decisions we can. Here's what I will say. We are legally bound to uphold this mandate. We took an oath of office when we took our positions that we would uphold the law. So we can't sit here and say, we're not going to honor this mandate. That's not an option. I'm like you. I don't like the idea of having a mandate and not enforcing it. But I would say, with all due respect, that I think you're going in the direction of hyperbole a little bit when you're talking about police officers walking the hallway. Right? I've had some experience with this, albeit with a different population. But college students can be kind of obstinate at times too. And gentle reminders oftentimes do work. I understand there are going to be some students who are going to be difficult and not want to do it. But I'm hoping that we can have a cooperative spirit, much like Kelly said. Let's work together on this. None of us like wearing these masks. Let's see if we can work together to get rid of them as quickly as possible. And so I would hope we wouldn't have to make some really draconian enforcement procedures that's going to be stepwise to eventually suspending kids and kicking them out of school. I would hope that we could arrest it before we got to that point in time, that we could stop the acceleration, the escalation of it. Maybe I'm being naive, right? Maybe I haven't been around enough fourth graders lately, right? But I'm hoping that that because this is coming from elsewhere, we can sort of say we need to do this because we're trying to protect everybody, right? And that's what the county officials have said, right? I don't want to pass the buck, right? I don't want to. They've done that to us, and none of us like it, right? So let's make a decision. Let's think about strategies for enforcement that fall short of kicking kids out of school.
I will third to that, I suppose, I would say.
Just leave it there.
Okay. Just got distracted.
I would third that.
I believe we should be enforcing the county mandate. I believed it Monday before the county acted. And I mentioned that in our board meeting. And I asked Paul to please have the A team working on a plan, because unlike the county, I didn't want to spring it on us the next day. And so I believe we have to follow it. I believe we need to find a way to make it work. And I believe it's appropriate for the board to provide cover at some point and say, here's what we are standing for. The problem is the board, some of you have education degrees, some of you are very learned people. We're not trained educators, and so it's a tricky position to provide guidance without being the trained professionals who know how to do this stuff on the ground. So I do want to provide guidance. I also want to give our paid professionals the leeway to tell us, to offer options and to provide info that they think may help guide us toward that process.
Well, in the I don't know, flavor of not being here till midnight again. So I mean, it sounds like we all do feel. I mean, I don't like it, but I do feel like that we are stuck. And I like the idea that SB 40 is challengeable at the county level. So please go challenge that at the county level. You know, I do think that our hands legitimately are tied unless I'm ready to make this the hill that I want to break the law on. So I think our hands are tied. So I do think that, yeah, we have to enforce that. And I'm waxing definitely hyperbolic on the police officers in the classroom, in the hallways. I don't think that's the case. So I do think that burden is going to fall on the teachers and the administrators to do that. And I don't know what steps are in there. So I would ask Mr. Dorothy to work with the administrators and come up with a stepwise plan, just like Tony said, to say, this is what's going to happen. So, I mean, I think I don't want to speak for everybody, but I do feel like I've got a loud enough voice that I can at least speak. But I would say that on the enforcement thing, I think that we're stuck. And unless somebody disagrees, I think we can mark that one off the list and say we have to enforce it until that's struck down by the SB 40 ruling. That was the first. So that's one of your 6, right, Kelly? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yes.
Yeah. So one of your, maybe I only have 5. I wrote bullying twice because it was such a big deal. So I only have 5 written down.
Yeah, they're 5. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. 5 of them.
Mhm.
Okay. So we can cross off the enforcement. We've said, yes, we have to enforce this by law. So we don't have a choice really on that. And then I would put forth and say that I think that we should have a religious exemption. There should be, from a constitutional standing. I mean, from beginning of time, if I didn't want to fight in a war, all I got to do is say I'm a conscientious objector, right? I mean, now what kind of onerousness there is on somebody to say that they have that, whether that is just a statement of fact, whether that's a signed letter from their pastor or rabbi or other religious leader, or what, I don't know how that looks. And so I would say let's move to religious exemption then.
Other thoughts on that?
So, well, that's actually working really well this time. I'm shocked by how this works. So currently under the county mandate, they have a health and a mental health exemption available to them. So students just need to turn in some documentation, like from a doctor's note or some sort of indication that they have a disability, for instance, or speech issues or whatever it might be. It needs to be signed off by some sort of physician or a psychiatrist or something like that, right?
Correct. Okay. They can do that part. They left out the religious part of it. It's spoken about in the mandate, but it goes straight to religious ceremonies, activities.
Yeah. Or events.
Or events, not school. So.
Well, my hope is that maybe they just left it out on accident. I said my hope is that they just left it out on accident, maybe, instead of being on purpose left it out.
Go any way you want.
Yeah. I like that positive.
Yeah. But that's the way they wrote it. So most certainly, I think that's a consideration to make if you want to go to that and consider that. It's not in there now.
So. Yeah, I think maybe we can mimic some other opt-out policies that we have for families in the district currently, like sex ed, for instance, is an example of that. There's an opt-out option for if you have an objection to that content there. I don't know whether we have the legal standing to extend that far out, but I think at least we have the religious exemption option on our table here But what other precedent do we have that we can replicate in this circumstance to opt out in some? Does that
I'm
make
no
sense?
legal scholar. I think I know what you're saying. That would be Carrie's area, not mine.
Right.
So I'm just gonna throw this in here and then Carrie can tell me how I have it wrong. Okay,
Ready.
but the exemptions to the mask order from the county, you know, is stated that for, you know, medical condition, mental health condition, or disability that prevents wearing a face covering, includes persons with a medical condition for whom wearing a face covering could obstruct breathing, or et cetera. So that covers that. Then the second bullet point, also an exemption would apply for those who are deaf or hard of hearing, or communicating with a person who is deaf or hard of hearing, where the ability to see the mouth is essential for communication. That seems to imply to me, if there's some sort of documented hearing loss, it does not describe that as just being a state of deafness. So I don't know what that means. That's not my profession, but that's the second thing that they outline. And then third, as their exemptions, as they have defined them, then the third is, as Mr. Dorothy said, the temporary, who are obtaining a service involving, youth ages 2 to 11 who are obtaining a service involving the nose or face for which temporary removal of the face covering is necessary to perform the service. I think that means if someone is attending to you, you've got a nosebleed at recess,
Or if you're a dentist or something.
or your face. However, you know, attention to my face is that I want to be able to see you talk. I don't know. This is not a perfectly worded document and I didn't write it, but again, this is what it is. And then here's the part about religious services, ceremonies, or activities. You know, this, and that outlines the thing where you walk into the restaurant wearing the mask and then you sit at the table and you don't have to. There's that. And then youth ages 2 to 11 engaged in any lawful activity during which wearing a mask or other face covering is prohibited by law. And so I would not be comfortable as a district personally, and you guys might feel differently, venturing outside of that other than the religious exemption, because the religious exemption is protected by the Constitution and that supersedes, I mean, and other exemptions in other places it is included here. And so it's not like it's not in here at all. I don't know if that's breaking the mandate. It doesn't seem like it is to me because it does include religious things, but that's a part where, again, I'm no legal scholar. I'm still not a doctor, and I'm not even sure I should be a school board member at this point because I don't even know what's happening anymore.
But do we have any sort of on file form that says I have a religious exemption to do something that the school asks them to do currently? And can we just use that form potentially for this purpose as well?
If we do, I think we should outline who, you know, just be very clear about, is that something that I can write myself and say, John 3:16, here you go? Or do you say, you know, are there any parameters to that? Those are very tricky waters. I don't want to be up in people's business on any of that either. So that makes me uncomfortable too. So what do you guys think?
So there is a religious exemption that families can take for immunization. And that's been around for a long time.
Okay.
That they can do that.
So
I'm not opposed to a vote on this. I'm not sure I'm comfortable winging it on language without council looking at it for KSB approval or some. It's a kind of a big step to my mind. And James, you path a little from what the county has given us, and I want to be sure we're protected. We can see wording, we can have it properly approved, and then have a vote on it.
I mean, and can we have them maybe check with the county and be like, hey, did you guys forget this little thing? Because it may be that they meant to have it in there and they were trying to just hurry up because it was 11 o'clock at night and they were scrambling in the back to write this up.
Yeah.
Maybe, I'm sure they didn't have it written all up beforehand.
They had it written well before.
I'm sure they did.
They published it before.
Yeah. I'm
Being
sure.
facetious.
But I mean, can you know, maybe see if it's something that maybe they just left out, and then we freeze us up from even having to try to figure that out. But I think that is something that I would have no problem standing up and defending, saying, hey, look, we put in a religious exemption because we thought it was right. For me personally, I don't have a problem running afoul with them on that.
And most, well, like the immunizations and then most case law that's gone on with any kind of mandatory public health, like even when you go with the COVID, like social distancing or limitation on businesses, those type of challenges in the courts, they've always had an exception for religious. So like limitations on like 25% in a building or 50% in a building. They've always had those exemptions for religious buildings based on religious freedom. So I do think that we should, whatever we do, run by or, KSB, but I think that would be I think that we could get in trouble for not doing it. But, and I do think it probably is just an oversight. I can't imagine that they wouldn't.
Bizarre.
So it sounds like what I'm hearing is that everyone we have consensus about pursuing what those options are. And so, okay, I'm going to kind of be difficult for a minute. So and I don't want to do anything in a rash way. So I hear you, Andy, and you make a good point. I don't argue with any of that, but what I would like to counter with is what are teachers and staff supposed to do in the meantime while we're doing all of our research and checking when we know we have religious freedom in this country? I know that's a little bit, I'm not trying to be bombastic with that, but in the meantime, while we're doing our research over the next week, again, if someone shows up tomorrow and says, well, this is what they're looking into, it's not done. We want to be honest about where we are in the process. What do people do with that in the meantime? Maybe they just wait, but let's be clear that that's what it is so that no one has unrealistic expectations about that and we don't inadvertently, with the best of intentions, but then create another problem for our administrators and teachers trying to deal with all of this. I'm just throwing that out there.
I mean, I think with the we're talking about public health stuff, masks, right? We're talking about immunizations, public health stuff, religious exemption. I'm agreeing with Andy that I think, yeah, we should pursue running this by and all that kind of stuff. I think that, for me to say, if this is someone who's truly held religious beliefs that they shouldn't be covering their face, that I would have a hard time. Like I said, I'd have no problem standing up in front of a judge or a jury and saying, hey, look, this is why we did this. I would have a hard time saying, well, look, I didn't want them to be able to express their true religious faith because I was worried that I'd get sued. I want to be able to say, like, yes, I wanted to make sure that I took care of this constitutional right for the freedom of religion. And the best way that I could do that is use the example that we had already, which is this immunization religious waiver. Use that in the meantime with the total understanding, like, look, if they come back and say, oh, you need to have this signed off by a pastor we did leave it off, but we do want it documented by your religious leader that signed off and reasoning why, then we say, okay, we're going to come back and we'll relook at each of those to say, I don't even know what the vaccination waiver looks like. It may already have a pastor sign off.
Well, let me make sure, I want to explain that, and Lisa, correct me on that. If you give a religious exemption for immunizations, and I do that, that's fine, and that goes along just fine until there's a measles outbreak or a mumps or any of those childhood diseases. If we have that in the school, then the law says anybody not immunized is excluded from the school. That's state law.
Yeah, it is.
So that goes until then, and then at that point, we have to exclude them from the school because they don't have an immunization at that time. That's the added part I think I should inform you.
So I'll chime in here. I'm happy to entertain this idea, but I'm with Andy. I'm not ready to make a move on this at all until we get some legal counsel and check with the county. I personally don't think that this was an oversight on their part. I don't think they made a mistake here, but they may have, right? You may talk to them and they say, oh yeah, but I think that the ruling that they made was intentional. And I know that there's a long history of religious exemptions for immunization. And this would be new territory for religious exemptions, and it may be valid. I don't know what those religious reasons would be for not wearing a mask, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. It just means that I am not aware of what they are. But if we did follow this path, I would want some documentation as well. This is a deeply held religious belief and not something I thought of, last Thursday. And I'm not accusing anybody of using this in that way, but it does open up a huge way to get around this mandate for people who don't want to wear masks. So I'd like to make sure that we can make this a true exemption based on true religious beliefs that are deeply held.
I do want to say that there, because of the religious exemption of, is there a religion that would do this? It has come up in that religions that do require face coverings as part of the religion, that's one that has had the exemption, because then that's too much. So that is one. But
People
then,
who are Muslims.
yeah.
Yeah.
But then also, as far as religious exemptions, there is a threshold sometimes, because there are cases out there where there's the Church of Marijuana, which that's an actual case, and that was, they tried to get an exemption where they could smoke marijuana. And that's
Church of.
so there's like a, yeah, Mr. Perry. And so there are thresholds where sometimes you can kind of dig a little deeper if there's some abuse suspected.
Okay, so then to summarize, it sounds like we're all pseudo kind of on board, but with some legal clarification in the near future then. That's fair.
I think so.
I'm not guaranteeing I'm gonna vote for, if
Oh,
we
yeah,
see
yeah.
wording,
Okay,
I'm just
okay.
saying, I
Yeah,
think.
we're all,
I just gave my opinion. If you all want to make a motion,
yeah.
fine, I
No,
will.
I mean, I can respect that. And so I'd say that we're all about this. We're all on board with looking into further legal clarification on the ramifications of religious exemptions and how that looks. So can we, and what can we let them, or have, I can't remember his name.
So
Luke,
Silva.
Luke,
Yeah.
can he, is that so? Can we talk to him tomorrow and say, hey, okay. Okay, so cross that one off.
Okay.
But until then, they do not exist.
Right, correct. I'd say, yeah, I mean, if that's what it takes to make you guys, I mean, to make us as a board
Right,
feel
yeah.
comfortable.
We aren't saying we're figuring this out, so we're gonna let you have a
Right, and
religious
then say, like,
exemption
what,
until
you know,
told
give us an
otherwise.
example, yeah,
Yeah.
give us an example, what does that look like?
Answer is no
Yeah.
for now.
All right, so we're giving a directive to, not a motion, but a directive to explore our eligibility for being able to include a religious exemption. Okay, all right. Next. And again, all of this is related, because if this person has an exemption and we have to enforce it, then what are teachers or staff supposed to do other than, per the full circle vaccine policy exemption that you just mentioned, if there's a defined outbreak according to that, Mr. Dorothy just explained that you then have to be excluded, that's state law, okay? How that applies to COVID, I guess, would be the precedent for, or at least a foundation from which to have that discussion. Because I will say there's nothing that I am comfortable about with, everything we're trying to do is about keeping kids in school 5 days a week. That is all we have worked for. That is our ultimate priority. So when someone is in a maskless room, which ends up being a room by themselves, those are not the socialization and developmental things and social emotional learning that any of us want. And then particularly where that intersects with, access to individualized education plans, special education acts. That's super scary to me. Not only just wrong, but I'm probably less worried about, I'm just being honest, pursuing a religious exemption mandate, then I'm worried about denying access in special education. So I'm like, I know we have to consult and we need to do things the right way, and that's important, and we need to follow the laws we've set. But how this issue, and I kind of see the IEP and the separate classrooms as being example to kind of related to some of the things that is there something else that we can do and also be compliant and enforce? They seem mutually exclusive, but I also don't like it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't see a scenario where you can say we're complying and have a segregation room. So I think the segregation room, I think, should go away. I mean, we're going to enforce it or we're not going to enforce it. And if we're going to enforce it, then there's no reason to have a segregation room. Like I said, I don't like it. Our hands are tied. I mean, it's legitimately, but we have to, if we're saying, yeah, we have to, because our hands are tied, then we should not have an option to not, or to go to a separate classroom.
So, I mean, Mr. Wallsmith or Jeff, would you want to comment about what the issue is there, how that works? About, let's say we don't have a segregation and we stop that practice. What are our options?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because I'm being told to follow county mandate, but then I don't follow the county mandate. Non-mask classroom. I'm being told to provide special education services to all of our students, but I'm told by the co-op that they cannot provide special education.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that speaks right to my point of being rudderless. There has to be in place. This is what we're going to do. This is how that's going to be carried out, and this is the decision that we've made, and not just let it be willy-nilly. So I think that if we are saying we are going to enforce this mask mandate, which is what we've said, that means that you have to enforce it. I mean, there's no two ways around it. I'm going to let my yes be yes and my no be no, in the sense that, like, look, if this is what we're doing, this is what we need to do.
Yep.
So in those circumstances, and correct me where I'm wrong here, I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of wrong to come out of my mouth just now. But in those circumstances, if a student with an IEP does not comply with the county mask order, then if we go to suspension level, excluded from school, I believe that we still have the obligation, because it's federal law, to provide those IEP services to that student, whether they're at school or not, if I remember correctly, right? If they're on extended expulsion, for instance, there's still some provisions within that they have the services provided. So to Deb's point, I think we have been a really dicey area where we're doing some questionable legal things potentially here. But more than likely, we're just not following the letter of the law, either for the mandate or for the IEP. And I know it's bigger than that, but this is just one of those complex issues where if a student with an IEP does not show up to school with a mask, we still have an obligation to meet those services, because that's, again, federal law. And I don't know how to account for that. I don't know how to make that happen, given the current jurisdiction.
It's the problem with making the mandate and saying, just do it.
Yeah.
Because there's all sorts of problems with that.
Randy, did you have an administrative perspective?
Well, I think the issue that is that mom deprivation, right? Segregation classroom. Someone walks in deaf school and they are not wearing a mask, what leverage does the deaf have I went over to help out with the building. What was Deb going to do? The parent comes in. Is adamant they're not putting on a mask. So we, or you guys, need to decide what is the consequence when you walk into my building. Because people have said they're going to do it. I mean, so I somewhat get what they did.
Yeah, there's a question.
Right? I mean, if it is a mandate, we're gonna follow it again. Are we saying we expect everybody to come in? Okay, we do, until we know otherwise. But until then, that's. I told my wife.
That's okay. Everybody else does. Why shouldn't you get one? And thank you for framing it in that way. And I just want to say, if in any way, you know, the way that I phrase that, I've been saying this a lot lately, you know, we're all tired. So I want to ask that in any way, when my words fail to hear my spirit, if that in any way sounded critical, that is not my intent. You all are in an impossible situation and I fully recognize that. So if that's how that first part of the discussion I am concerned about it, as I know you are concerned about it. And I do want to say that to you guys because when people are saying, nope, I'm not going to do it, make me, you know, and it's my right. And we're trying to say, okay, we understand that, but also this is what we are required by law to do. I completely understand the impossible position that you're in. So if that, and at least in my words, if that in any way sounded like an admonishment, that's not my intention. It was simply to identify that it's a problem. And is there anything that we can do about it? I think it's important, the point that you made, Chris, you know, if someone is suspended, if that's like, hey, we're enforcing the mandate for now, we hope that it changes. But the mandate, I hate to open up a can of worms, but it may not stay limited by the county. So right now it may be Dan and Deb's conversation, but it doesn't mean that it's not going to be Mr. Bland's conversation or Mr. Brittingham's conversation. So, you know, again, it's a larger issue at some point. If we're required to enforce it, then they have to have the tools at their disposal as administrators, just like if someone wore a shirt to school that had a swear word, you can't do that. And here's the things we do. I don't like that, but if that's the position that we're going to give, then they have to be able to have those tools. However, understanding again, the larger issues at play, where county overrides us, federal overrides county. And I believe that to be true on the religious exemption. We're pursuing that. I believe that to be true on, I mean, it's not true, it's fact. Where special education is concerned, there are federal laws that supersede any of that. So, Chris, thank you for, you know, bringing that point up too. That service has to continue to be provided, whether you're suspended or not, or at home or whatever. Or in quarantine. I mean, all the rules are different of what was allowed last year. It's different now. Those rules have gone away, and we are again up against several different opposing forces. We want the kids to be in school. The Kansas Department of Education says you can't do hybrid. By the way, we don't want to. We want the kids to be in school too. You can only what's the limit for total remote learning over the year? Is it 40 hours?
40 hours.
40 hours. So the state is saying you from an educational standpoint, and I understand that, you can't do X, Y, Z. And then you have other entities saying, but you have to do this, this, and that. And we are in the middle of it. And then as neighbors clawing each other to pieces over it. We've made no progress except for identifying we want to pursue religious exemptions. So I'm going to bring it back to the IEP and the separate classrooms.
I think Susan has her hand up.
Yeah, we said we're going to enforce it too, so we got 2 knocked off.
Susan.
Hi,
Sorry.
I just
Susan
wanted to,
there's your hand raised. I'm sorry. Is there
Okay.
something I'm supposed to activate or is she?
can you hear me?
Okay, there you are.
Okay.
Hi, Susan.
Hi, I'm not sure why we keep framing this under suspension, like that's the only option. I feel like if they're not going to wear the mask, then it is learn from home, and we put
provisions in place to meet the IEP. It doesn't have to be if they're not going to wear a mask and they come to school, they're automatically suspended. It's more of a choice to learn from home and then, or online. They could choose the Greenbush option, and we make sure that those provisions are in place. I don't think it has to go down as suspension. That's all.
So I understand your point. Sometimes I say things that, just to keep the keep everybody thinking until we stumble upon something else. But for those students, for those families who said, but I want in-person learning, I just feel the need to speak about that. If they're saying, if we're limited on remote learning, total number of years, and they don't want to do virtual learning as an option because they want to be in person at school, then I think if that's what we're saying, and it may be that we are, but if that's what we're saying, then people can know that's what it is. And unfortunately, if that means this is not the district that I need to be at, then they can, and I don't want that, but I also understand and respect that people have to do what they think is best for their own kids. And it may be that that's where the rubber meets the road and that's where we are. Although I hate that. And I feel like if we keep talking, we're going to come up with a solution, but I don't know that we are. I just keep thinking, if we just keep working harder, we're going to come up with this. We worked so hard last year to get to where we are now, and to be where we are, and to see staff. I mean, I've received so many emails from staff. Please let the kids keep their mask off. Please have all the kids wear their mask. Please, I'm a 6th grade teacher. I can't figure out who's 11 and who's 12. Just make them all wear it so I don't have to spend my time doing that, so I can actually teach. They want to teach.
Well, and to that point, Kelly, I mean, I do want to remind everybody that we as a board have never, we never have voted to say, let's be in masks. We're not in masks right now because we voted to be in masks. My suspicion, my hope would be that if the county lifted the mandate, or if I think that your righteous anger gets put onto the county and that gets challenged by SB 40 and overturned, that we are immediately back into where we were before, which is saying that masks are optional. The reason that we're in masks now is not because that we have a board that voted, at 4-3 or 5-2 or 6-1 or 7-0 that we're in mask. It's that we've been legally bound to then do that. And so to your point, Kelly, I think that I would hope, and for the administrators and teachers and staff and that there isn't, that you don't have wrath on them, because again, they're not the ones making that call to say that your kid has to be in a mask. So please don't yell at them. I'm welcome. You can do whatever you want to me. Well, not really, but almost. There are some lines. But I mean, yeah, they have, some of them have been crossed. I would say, direct your anger towards the board.
Yep.
Direct your anger righteously, I think, towards the county. Explore the SB 40 option for overturning the county's mandate, that kind of stuff. But don't take out your frustrations and your anger, and righteous though it may be, on folks that don't really have a say in what happens. Because again, we're telling them that, look, we have to enforce this. So now they're enforcing that. And their jobs are already hard as it is, and I'm sure that there are, just like us, that there's a majority that feel like masks are the right thing. There's a majority I don't see majority, but there's a group that says there is masks are right. There's a group that isn't. You may be talking to somebody and yelling at somebody who on the inside is saying, man, I agree with you, but I'm gonna lose my job if I don't do this. So I have some grace for those that are in a position that have to do something that maybe they don't want to do, and let's fight it at the level that it needs to be fought, for what it's worth.
Lisa, are you ready to do your part of the presentation? Okay. This is our district nurse, Lisa Patrick, who I have no problem saying has been a rock star and cares about, just like the administrators, every single one of these babies of various age, because they're all our babies, whether they're 4 years old going for the first time or they're getting ready to graduate high school. So Lisa, if you'd like to go ahead with your remarks to the board.
I just wanted to give you kind of an update on our testing strategies and what in the world Health Services has been doing for the last 5 days. So KDHE received a federal grant, $74 million, to be able to disperse amongst school districts to just kind of add another layer of protection for all of our kiddos by being able to test rather than quarantine students at home. Currently, our testing strategy is if we've got a close contact, we get alerted by a parent that their child has, is a positive case. So then we look to see who we've got as close contacts. Contact those parents. We give them the option to be able to test during the 10-day quarantine period in the mornings. And then as long as they test negative, they go on to class. If they don't want that testing option, then the other option is to quarantine at home. When we first started looking at this grant in June, sounded ideal. I was all on board. We worked on it. We continued, we worked with KDHE on the budget. Fast forward to the start of school and COVID reared its ugly head. So we started with the first week of school. We had 9 students and staff that needed testing due to positive cases, obviously outside of school, because that was the first day of school. Over the weekend, we quarantined parts of 2 classrooms. And these kiddos were at the PC. They'd only been in class 2 days. It was still obvious there was nothing within the schools that could have caused that. Monday, yesterday, was that just yesterday? Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Monday, we had a staff member test positive. That gave us 4 more testing to do. It's still very doable. We could do that. This morning, I was notified by a parent of a student that's outside of the school district, or a child that's outside of the school district that tested positive, but that there were several students within our district that would be close contacts. So we started right off the bat this morning, talking with those parents. Those parents wanted their students tested to be able to stay in school, but unfortunately those students ended up testing positive. So suddenly we sent 5 kiddos home, but those 5 kiddos had been in school yesterday and today. So then we had to look at all of those close contacts. I think I can speak for Dan and Deb, the teachers and my nurses. It was a rough day at the office. We were scrambling to figure things out. Kudos to several of the teachers that had already had their game plan in place and had seating charts and just knew, what they needed to be doing. So already our nurses are just so overwhelmed. We have not looked at one immunization, and usually by this point we've had our eyes on every immunization of every child we've received in school. We have not done that yet. And it's really not, what we've done so far is nothing compared to what we're going to start tackling tomorrow. We've got 33 kiddos at the PC, 38 at the IC, and 8 at the high school that we're going to need to test before school. I knew this was probably going to happen. I had no idea that it was going to happen 5 days into school. We've had to get back up. So starting tomorrow, and we may only have them for a day, we've got our 4 nurses, we've got 2 police officers, because I have connections. And they're going to be helping us do testing tomorrow. After that, the fire department is willing to kind of help. We've got administrators, we've got Mr. Dorothy that said, tell me what I need to do to test to get us through these 10 days. My worry is that past this 10 days, we're probably going to have another 10 days. We really haven't seen any students in the district, test positive. We haven't gotten to that point yet where we're going to be seeing close contacts from positive cases in the buildings. And, that storm's probably coming. So I'm finding out that the testing strategy that, I thought could be the answer to keep kids safe, keep everybody in school. Yeah, we're finding we don't have the building space to be able to socially distance all those kids. And we don't have the manpower to be able to test that many kids in a day. So as much as I want this strategy to be the answer, I'm just very concerned on how we're going to manage it.
Thanks so much, Lisa.
Do you have, I'm assuming there's a training, like if people were willing to volunteer to, I know that you have certain parameters around that. But there's lots of ways that parents, used to, we'll get back there again, but I remember volunteering for sight words and even opening ketchup packets. Are there ways, a volunteer, not that you want it to be haphazard and so-and-so's coming in this day, but is there a way to mobilize volunteers for those who are interested and would, embark upon the training that's required to do that, that would be helpful? Or would that just create more people for you to manage and be counterproductive?
Yeah, if it got out of hand, it probably would be. I'm more concerned about, our HIPAA privacy acts and bringing in volunteers very frequently. We needed to do what we needed to do tomorrow and probably Thursday, Friday, and here on out. But
okay. That makes sense. I just thought I'd ask. So do you feel like testing at school is not a sustainable way to go long-term then?
I feel like if we knew this was going to be something short-term, but we also thought last year was going to be the year of COVID.
Yeah.
And it wasn't. So I don't know. I'm trying to find, I don't know that there's a reasonable alternative. I'm always one for solutions, and I always want to come up with solutions, but I'm kind of at my wit's end right now and don't really know what this solution is going to be. So. Right.
Do other board members have any questions? Okay. Thank you, Lisa.
I just want to comment on that. I know that board members need to understand the time that Lisa and her crew, at least work 14 hours this weekend trying to figure out testing and quarantining and so on. So it doesn't end just 5 days a week for her. And most certainly, from what I'm being told, I don't know if we're going to be able to keep up the testing or not. It's been good because we can keep kids in school, but I don't know if we can keep doing it. It can reach that point, right? And it's not just us. Certainly we discussed with Eudora, and Eudora was their people were in the same position, and they were getting run over by testing. Trying to keep kids in school, and then it takes, while it's fairly quick, it takes time with each kid, and you can take care of almost half a day of school pretty easily, trying to get every kid tested so that you can get them back to class. So I don't know how realistic it is. Certainly we can try for a few more days, but I also think the board needs to know we may not be able to test. And we may have to make a decision, a different decision.
So what are alternative options to that testing program we currently have? Is it an expansion of quarantine rules or reverting back to some rules we had previously? Okay. It's more of a,
Okay. You mean the more kids are heading home. And I know that was a big concern of parents is sending healthy kids home. Totally get that. That's what the testing program was supposed to help, was close contacts, never got a test, let's just keep you here. It's turning out that's getting to be, it's getting to be too much for us to be able to handle.
If we paid employees versus volunteers, I'm just trying to brainstorm here. So paid employees, must comply with HIPAA and maintain privacy. Are there other resources, pre-med students, biology majors at Baker that are going, that are on a pre-med track that could be potentially hired as employees to help? I don't know. I'm just trying to, there may be other things that we're not going to solve that tonight, but just other ways like that that maybe we could think about. Because this doesn't look sustainable. I see it on your face. And I get you, and I'm not, that's like, I see it. And bring this woman some cookies. I don't know. I see the exhaustion, and we don't want to make things worse. How can we support you? That's our question, but it's a question to which also none of us really have the answers, or I know you would say, and know that you could say, school board, this is what I need. Mr. Dorothy, this is what I need. We've tried very hard to create that culture, and Mr. Dorothy has facilitated that. What are the needs? Okay, let's do it. It's more uncharted territory. So we'll keep this conversation going, understanding that, thank you for giving us the update of where we are. And board members.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we're and just because I don't have the document in front of me, we're testing only the non-vaccinated. So we're testing this. We're talking about the daily testing, right? I mean, the one that you're right. Right. Oh, it's not vaccinated. Yeah. No bearing. Yeah.
And just a point of a clarification, I know that even in our own COVID document, when we're just having discussion about that, we say, when we quarantine. That's a colloquial way of saying the district does not quarantine. The county quarantines. We do not tell anyone you must be in quarantine. That's an important distinction that I think in terms of sifting through this is important to note. Quarantining is not in our policy. It is not in our realm of responsibility. That's why we have a district nurse who is that point of contact. But quarantine instructions, again, with that legal jurisdiction that the county commission has for such things, and the county health department, that is where quarantine comes from. So again, it's not about being punitive towards kids. It's about following the laws and the mandates as they are structured in our county and our state. So it seems like a sidebar, but it's actually kind of important. So just throwing that out there.
Well, I think that's still a discussion that you may want to have brought up with the vaccinated.
All right.
What we had changed on that with the testing part. So I don't know if you want to have more discussion on that.
Yeah, I mean, if we can, and I wish I don't have the document in front of me. I probably could pull it up if I was smart enough to figure it out. But in the document if I'm recalling it correctly, so at the level where kids can be vaccinated or not vaccinated, or have the option to be vaccinated, there's a distinction then made in our document between whether somebody is vaccinated or not vaccinated. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I wasn't here for the meeting that got approved, so I don't know the discussion that went into that, or where, how that came about. But I was, and maybe this is a question for you, but is that from the county, or is that from, or how did can somebody walk me through kind of how that got in there? Because I think when the last I knew, we had said we're not going to make any distinction between the vaccinated and the unvaccinated, and I think there's some legal standing and precedent to say why we shouldn't do that. But now it's in there, so I guess walk me through and make me understand why that's in there. So to have and again, I don't have the document from me. I wish I did, and maybe somebody's gonna pull it up and give it to me right now. That'd be great. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So close contacts fully vaccinated. It's 2 weeks following receipt of the second dose. Close contact will monitor for symptoms, but does not need to quarantine. One of the things that doesn't make sense to me about that, well, number one, I don't like the idea of distinguishing, because that you're starting to get into the realm, and this is a little bit out there, but you're starting to get in the realm of the vaccine passport, right? Because now you've got this distinction that's made. There's evidence out there, and I think by law, and I think Tori Yardley mentioned it, but it's that SB 159 sections 59 and 60 provisos for that is like basically any entity, and it lists out schools by name that says you can't do anything to distinguish or treatment for that's different for vaccinated and unvaccinated, and it goes through a whole thing that talks about you can do non-invasive testing, but you can't treat them differently for like quarantine kind of stuff. And I know that comes from the county anyway. So it's like Kelly said, there's these different things that are saying that, this side over here says we have authority over here, this is how you should do it. And then this says we have authority over here, this is how you should do it. And then we're kind of caught in the middle, left holding the bag. I don't like the idea of distinguishing, and then from a medical standpoint, it doesn't make much sense to me too, because that when somebody's vaccinated, I think it's pretty well understood that you can still shed and still infect others, even if you're vaccinated. So it doesn't make much sense to me as to why, if I'm vaccinated, do I not have to worry? I can be at school and do all that kind of stuff and not get tested, versus if I'm not vaccinated, I have to get tested every day, right? So you've got somebody who could be sick, still transmit it, still give it away, still infect others, not know it, be asymptomatic, but we're not going to test them. But then the same other person can get sick, be asymptomatic, spread it to others, but we are going to test them. So I struggle internally with how that makes sense.
About 159.
Oh yeah, 159, sections 59 and 60. I was looking at it earlier today. Okay. Send it to me. Of course, I'm not. Certainly didn't dig through.
I'm probably stepping outside of my lane, so please tell me if I am, because I do have a tendency sometimes to be a sleeve roller upper and get more granular than what I maybe should do in this role. So tell me to step off if I need to step off, but testing is already an overwhelming thing for that. But for example, at the older levels, at least testing is something that older kids are more capable. Many of them are driving. It isn't the same as the 7-year-old that's at the elementary school. Is there any reason why we wouldn't consider, maybe not tonight, but think about considering amending that? If you have been defined as a close contact, whether you're vaccinated or not, we still want to see negative tests for 10 days in a row. Now, you've just said we can't keep up with the tests we have. Now you're suggesting that we do more testing. So again, it needs to be worked out, and I hear you on that. But is that something that the board would be willing to think about? Because the data does show that you can still spread it when you're vaccinated, and vaccination, as we're seeing, it reduces symptoms, but it doesn't mean you don't get it. It doesn't mean, so I struggle with that piece of it too. We want kids healthy and we want them in school. I don't care if you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, but if you're sick, stay home. And again, you could get sick even if you're vaccinated, right? So I don't want to add more work to your workload, and we wouldn't want to do that without having something additionally thought out with that. So again, I'm not suggesting that we do that tonight, but I tend to, it seems like it would make sense to give that piece of it some more thought, particularly if other mandates start coming. That's my 2
Excuse me.
cents.
And I think, and this would be a question, but the way that I read it, and I think that maybe I'm wrong and I missed it before, but isn't it the case that you should test a couple days after the exposure? And then here it looks like we test right away.
Right, that's part of the grant too.
Oh, oh, 'cause I was gonna say maybe that would, you know, even out.
No, I get you what you're saying.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So test more and then knock off the first few days. Well, that's too bad because it seems from everything that I've heard, those first couple days are kind of irrelevant.
Have something to add, Mr. Brittingham? Okay.
So I know we don't want to delineate. We're saying we don't want to put a great we don't differentiate between the two. It will be unmanageable. She won't say it, I will. Because I'm really working with her. And seeing her for the past however many hours. Two, going back to people have a choice as to going to Greenbush or being in our building. When you say the kid no longer has the option because they're vaccinated, to stay in the building. When we make that change, then I think we're going to set ourselves up for an exodus, more kids going to Greenbush. Because now you're saying, well, if we're not going to delineate between the two, and I don't have the ability to stay in school because I'm vaccinated, and we may not have the manpower to test, we're right back to where we were last year. Everybody's quarantined. I think that needed to be said, and I don't want to steal Dr. Rankai's thunder because that was his point. So we've given the ability to say. So the other thing I would say too about masks and the religious aspect of it is, we don't want to segregate, but then we're going to have this population of kids not masked. So just like we're saying unvaccinated, vaccinated, now we're saying opting out from religious beliefs, not opting out. Just a few things to think about.
I mean, does it simplify life? I mean, if you start testing by non-invasive methods, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if those kids, and I don't even know how this looks, but just kind of trying to think of something. Can you do, your temp, on those kids you do temperature screenings maybe, and you're just looking for the symptoms to see it. I mean, because again, I know that because I'm assuming you're using the nasal swab PCR, you stick it in the cardboard, spin it a few times, and then it shows up with a pink line. I think those have, I think can be notoriously inaccurate. I know you got to do the perfect number of drops in there, spin it, the 5 swipes around, spin it 3 times and do it perfectly every time. And then especially if you're bringing in, maybe volunteers or maybe speeding things up with maybe doing non-invasive for the first 5 days, or, maybe for the first 5 days and then maybe testing, every other day, or, looking for the easy stuff like the non-invasive symptoms, temperature, you just putting eyeballs on somebody, maybe you can tell, not that that's perfect, but I mean, see, is somebody look sick? Are they acting sick? And then
Testing strategies that they put forth are limited. They give us the testing strategies. They also give us all of the supplies
criteria
through the grant. So then if we're not following their strategies, then we're suddenly purchasing supplies to do it. So, yeah.
I mean, in a perfect world where you had endless help, an endless supply of money, and an endless way to make, if you just had a, pixie dust that you could make whatever happen, what would you think it would take to continue to do that strategy as it is now? I mean, would you need 10 more nurses? and a room this, you know, and a clinic the size of the gym? Or would it be 3 people and, you know, around the room the size of the stage? I mean, yeah, is you even have a concept for like what it would even take yet?
Not really. I mean, when I requested the 2 full-time staff, you know, to be added to our budget, I just kind of pictured that they would just float around to whatever building we had the most tests that needed to be done. You know, but yeah, past that, as far as a space, I mean, we've talked about drive-through testing at the schools, you know, as being an option. But, you know, where do we have the space for that? I mean, the logistics on that, I'm just not sure. Yeah. And I really, up until today, it was really kind of manageable, and it kind of looked like what I thought it might look like. But yeah, today, you know, I'm gonna picture several weeks that are gonna look like today. So 10 days and then 10 days.
Can I throw something out there? I don't know, is that illegal for me?
Illegal.
From a staffing standpoint, I don't know how many times I've posted nursing positions.
Out there in the quantities, and any position I put out there right now, there's nothing. I've had social worker positions posted on Indeed in 4 different papers and in our website, and we've had 1 applicant total. So throwing staff at it is just kind of almost like throwing money at our bus driver situation. It just really doesn't matter, because we could say that those positions are there, but nobody's biting.
Well, it sounds like we have a lot more to think about. And the invitation, I guess, I would like to extend to the community too. Somebody might have the right answer that's not sitting up here. And I understand that that right answer might be, well, don't do any of this. I get it. But if you're interested in being, you know, helping with where we think we have to operate with this, as much as we don't like it, I would like to extend that invitation. I mean, everyone knows our email addresses at this point. So if you think of something after tonight that, based on what you've heard, Nurse Lisa Patch, I would welcome that email. Don't send it to the principals right now, maybe, but they have enough. But I would say I personally would welcome an email, because I like to come up with ideas, but I don't have them right now, and I'm not gonna lie and say I do. But that doesn't mean we're gonna give up, and we're not gonna give up on our kids. We're not gonna give up on doing the next right thing. And there may be a solution that in this moment, we're too tired and overwhelmed to see. That might come later. And I know each one of us are gonna go and research and brainstorm. I don't wanna shut down conversation. But I'm not sure that at this point that think tank action that we all want is going to happen right now. So if you're comfortable with me moving forward, I will. If you would like to continue to stay on this agenda item, we can. Yes, sir.
Let me throw out a strategy. First of all, it's getting late. It's getting harder to make decisions. So I guess what I would suggest to the board is, most certainly you've got a lot of things to discuss here. You've got a lot of input from several meetings. What I would suggest is the board have a work session. That of course is open to the public, but a work session so the board can work out some of these things with Lisa, with the administrators there, so that you can kind of try and work through these issues and see the angles. Most certainly people in the public will give you a lot of things to think about. They will continue to give you things to think about with that. But right now, I'm thinking it's getting really tough to make good decisions and we're trying to figure out complex things here. So I would suggest a work session where the board can sit down together with some of the administrators and Lisa and try to hammer out some of these things. I mean, we've got some direction. You've already given us some direction, but most certainly we're kind of scratching the surface here. We've got so many more things to discuss about this to try and put it into a good perspective as we can. The testing thing is an issue. The vaccinated, unvaccinated is a question, and we've got to continue to work forward with that and get a good plan together. So anyway, that's my suggestion. If that would work for you.
Does everybody agree with that?
Yes, but I'm just curious, we haven't done that previously, and I'm kind of curious how the logistics of that work. Is it like a 2 days notice? Like, are we talking about next week? Yeah, I'm just kind of curious how that.
You don't have to, well, you need 2 days notice, maybe. All the board members can sign off if it's less than 2 days notice. The sooner you do that, the better, because these are issues that you all know you're going to get an answer to what this is going to be. So, I mean, I would suggest that we do that sooner than later.
Agreed. So, Mr. Dorothy, we'll have you take a look at that with dates and coordinating with Board Clerk Megan. And also from a procedural standpoint, just to address that, having a work session, there's no problem with that. We do not have to provide public comment. And I want to explain that because we want to get to our work. According to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, by law, to have an open meeting means that you must allow the public to witness the meeting. There actually is no legal requirement that boards must allow people to speak. We do, we think that's important. There's also no legal requirement from under the Open Meetings Act that you have to allow public comment for 3 hours, but we do, because if people want to speak, we felt like that's important, and we understand it's been a really hard time. So for a work session, it would be within, procedural correctness according to COMA, that we could absolutely have a work session. It would need to be open to the public, absolutely, and be able to be witnessed. But we would not have to provide public comment at that particular work session so that we could get right to our work. But it would be witnessed and it would be open. So I just want to make sure that part of it's clear if anyone's worried about that piece of it. Okay, so we're finished with that piece. All right, so at this time, I move we enter into executive session with just the board to discuss personnel, with the exception for, to discuss personnel for the exception for employer-employee. No, that's not right either. Sorry. My eyes are hurting. There we go. I'm going to start over, Megan. My apologies. I move we enter into executive session with just the board to discuss personnel issue related to the justification for non-elected personnel exception under COMA. And I'm sorry, guys, the open meeting will resume at 11:20.
I think you said just the board.
Just the board, and that's what correct.
Second.
Phil is seconded. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. Do you need any time to discuss anything in the personnel report, Mr. Dorothy?
I do believe so,
Unless any board members do.
I do have one thing for you. Here. The principals just want to clarify for tomorrow morning. Separate classroom, no separate classroom. Discussion, but we never made a final decision on it.
I crossed off the separate classroom thing, so I kind of thought we'd come to a decision saying that we weren't going to do that. But I mean, you know, at this point, if I mean, like I said before, I don't think there's a good avenue out. You know, my hope would be that we have parents, and as much as it sucks, as much as I don't think people should have to send their kids to class in a mask if they don't want to, that's where we are. And I would like to see the focus be on the, you know, put pressure on the county, the one that made the mandate, to be that's where that fight should go. I don't want to have to see that fight at our school with our administrators. And I'm, you know, it sucks because I'm, you know, I feel the same way, but I just, I don't want to see a 6-year-old kid in a maskless room, I mean, and by himself all day long. I don't want to see kids not getting their IEPs, you know, and all the things that go along with that. So my hope is, and good or bad, my hope is that people have their kids wear masks and just listen, and then turn the fight against the ones that made the mandate, not the ones that are having to enforce it.
Are we good to go?
Well,
They just need to know if they're. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So
So what I'm saying is I don't think we should. Yeah.
Masks, what are we doing?
Well, that's what I don't know. That's what I don't have the answer to. I don't think we should have segregation rooms. And you know, I don't remember who said it now. It was probably a long time ago, before 11:30. That was Susan said it. You know that there are other ways that you can go about doing this. Then have to jump straight to suspension. I don't know what those ways are. You know, I mean, that's all we've had so far.
So, in the circumstance in which a kid would come to school tomorrow, for instance, without a mask on, the parents could provide an option for either taking the kid on suspension or providing remote instruction. We have a 40-hour clearance, right? I mean, we're going to come to a point where we're going to expend that 40 hours at some point in this scenario. But in theory, we could provide parents with an option of put on the mask, service suspension, or go to remote instruction. Who provides our remote instruction? I have zero idea, but that's a somewhat moderate third option that parents may have. Okay.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, okay.
They always have the option.
Do we get in tricky legal territory?
I mean, I mean, and I don't know if maybe you have to have a microphone so people can hear or not. Maybe you don't want to be heard. I mean, what would be your preference? I mean, what do you guys want? Do you like having the separate room?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
Terrible idea.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Okay.
To be in the first place.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Good. So I mean, I don't like having that be an option either. I don't. Again, I want my yes to be yes and my no to be no. And if I'm saying, as much as it pains me, I can almost choke the words out. If I'm saying you have to wear masks to school, then you have to wear masks to school. I don't want to play the game of trying to circumvent that. And if we're going to enforce the mandate, let's enforce it. If we're not going to enforce it, let's not enforce it. But so to me, and to hear you say you don't like the idea and don't want to do it is enough for me to say, okay, good, don't do it.
Agree. And for IEP purposes, I believe that if we call up a parent and say either pick them up or put on a mask, that's going to count as a suspension. Is that an accurate statement? I feel like there's been court cases about this issue in the past where when we're suggesting parents can pick up a kid, that ends up counting in a legal sense as a suspension, which we only have 10 days of allowance for kids on an IEP. Or kids with a behavior plan on IP, whatever. But But if I'm wrong about that, it's 11:30, please. I've got no,
I don't want to tell you right or wrong. That's really a Dan Ray question, because that's a sped law that is very specific.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I would like to ask that he be invited to our work session.
Okay.
That'd be great.
I think that would be helpful, because again, we have different entities that have different mechanisms in place with different answering agencies that are coming into conflict. And I think having all the stakeholders at the work session, I don't know that we've given you any clear guidance then still, because you're probably still confused. I thought we had decided for now we were going to enforce it and teach kids how to write letters to county commissioners. Oh, did I make that up?
I like that.
I'm half joking, but I'm half not. Like, from the learning part of what do we do when we disagree with a law? We don't break it. We don't, we change it. We work for change. And I do believe people think that they're doing that in several ways, and we've wanted to protect that, but also empowering our kids not to break the law or break the rules necessarily, but what can we do instead to fight for what you believe in. There's a lot of learning opportunities in that. But are they doing that in their own room, or are they doing that in the rest of the class?
Can I also say, because I have 3 kids who will be coming to school tomorrow to go into that room.
Mm-hmm.
If you decide to get rid of it, can I at least give them, the parents, the opportunity to have a day to think about it while they're still have the option to be in there? Because the ones who are in there, their parents put them in, chose to be in there,
Mm-hmm.
whether they liked it or not. They may not be prepared at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to either come get them or make that decision. So
I think that in the spirit of having the county have done, told us no, and for the same response, I think the correct answer is for us to say yes.
Yeah.
You can have the time. I'm not going to complain about them saying no and then say,
Yeah.
so we can tell in the morning, our board is saying we have to get rid of this classroom. So we keep it open for today, but on Friday, you have to make a choice to do this one or this one.
Would that make it easier for you guys? Yeah, but let's give people time to do the work around that and to have those family conversations or even respectful teacher administrator conversations. Yeah, like work towards the goal of that, not 8 a.m. Okay. Is everybody okay with that? And I use the word okay loosely.
I want to get us off on a crazy tangent. I just want to be clear about my general opinion, because there have been some blanket statements, and I am not happy with how the county implemented their mandate. In my opinion, it's still a good idea for our kids under 12 to be in mass in our schools. So I'm not saying we need to get rid of that county, because then I'm going right back where we were. I am in a different place than I was in July. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, I would fully expect that we'd have to have another vote. I mean, I think that this is a different,
Well, and to honor that procedurally, if something changes, to be clear, if something changed from the county or the mandate expires, the default would go back to our current policy as is. So if we wanted to change it, then that would require a motion to do so, and then we go from there. So
for the separate classroom at the elementary buildings, are we saying till the end of this week that we're going to keep that operational? Or are we saying tomorrow's last day it's operational? I'm just looking at a timeline to give.
I think giving them tomorrow and them a chance to discuss that with mom and dad and say,
Monday,
letting you know, today we'll do it.
Okay.
Tomorrow it's over. We're going to choose something else. And here are the options.
can I push back a little bit? Sorry. So tomorrow's Wednesday. They're going to talk to them Wednesday. Then things could be very different for them on a Thursday or Friday, right? Does a clean next week make it easier for you guys, or would it be easier for you just sooner rather than later? I mean, and again, I use the word easier loosely also.
Selfishly, if it goes to Friday, then I'm the substitute teacher.
Okay, so 24, so by Thursday?
I was just concerned that if they drop the student off we may not even have a chance to talk to them.
Right, we don't want that
They're
either.
expecting them to go to this place where they drop them
Yes.
off. So at least a day to say, we got to make a change for Thursday.
Yes,
That's all I'm really
but
asking.
is a day enough time?
I think so.
Okay, okay.
I'm okay with that. You guys okay with that?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So
We don't need executive session to discuss personnel matters. Is there something else we need to do? No? No.
Well, we come to meetings and we're trying to get some work done the next week. And most certainly there are many other things that we should discuss, which is where our numbers are and whether the board would consider making a move to mass K-12. And I don't know the board, but it was something, and most certainly we didn't get to that. So some people have been asking online apparently if we were going to get to that. But we've got so many things to cover here.
Come tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow in like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
So, anyway, that's why we need to get to a work session with the board to get to work.
Let me clarify what you're saying. You're saying by the protocols, we have exceeded our points, at which point we were going to have that discussion. Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is our numbers are at the point where we would have had a discussion.
Yes.
Right. And of course, that's what we said in there is if we reached those, we would have a discussion. And so that's.
Where are we with the rubric?
Yeah, are we sitting at 10 points? I'm over here trying to calculate.
Okay, so your attendance deal is at 9, so you're at the 7 points there. Hospitalizations, at least it's not here, but I don't believe there are any hospitalizations that we're aware of. For the 0 to 17, that's 4.55% average on that between the two, which is not an exact number, but it's close. And then the zip code, for the zip code, we are over at 5.4%. So do you have enough points to say it was time to have that discussion? Yes, you're at the points to have had that discussion.
For the sake of time, I'll just jump in with an opinion on this one. Given that we just recently had a change in mask requirements for elementary kids, I am happy staying put at our current requirements. I could be swayed on the 6th grade weird scenario where we have 11 and 12-year-olds who are in the same classroom and creating confusion there. But generally speaking, I'm fine with where we currently stand in terms of restrictions, but want to hear your voices too.
I'm with Chris. So if I say what you're saying just don't change it. Don't go into masks. K through 12,
Correct.
Keep it just as it is.
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree with a caveat. I don't think after another 2 hours of public comment, and we're here at nearly midnight, I'm not ready to have that discussion. So I don't want this to be that discussion.
Okay.
I am okay saying we are going to schedule a work session and we need to have that discussion then. I just want to be sure. I don't want this to be the official action on meeting that rubric. That's what
Yeah.
I'm
Okay. I like that.
saying. We have a work session coming and we will tackle it then.
I will need to check. I don't think we can take voting action at a work session though. Is that right? Or can we?
Oh, yes.
We can't just give directives or plans. We can actually make motions. Okay, good enough. Okay, well, we'll do that then. All right.
We don't have a date for that yet. That's Megan's gonna work on that. Okay. It's not tomorrow, is it?
It's almost today.
Oh, no, I mean today.
We will try to set that forward
Okay.
soon.
That's fine. I can't do it Friday. That's damn Friday. This week I can't.
It would be great to be Thursday because we'd get new numbers. all of the Douglas County, Baldwin members would come out. We would have updated for our rubric, and we could start with a good slate with that. Just as a suggestion, Megan. I actually had a meeting
This
canceled
week?
Thursday, so I'm open.
No, I don't think I can. I don't know.
I'll reach out to you guys.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay.
Just wait a few minutes. It'll be tomorrow.
I'll reach out to you tomorrow.
I don't know what date it is.
You're gonna make us stay till tomorrow.
Okay, so
You're not gonna do your
please
attorney.
identify what your upcoming conflicts are, and that way the meeting can be scheduled as quickly as it possibly can. The work session can be scheduled as quickly as it possibly can. I believe I could do Thursday, but Megan, you'll send that email and we'll go from there. All right. So we don't need any more executive session. So procedurally, where we're at is that we have a personnel report that I would ask a motion for to be approved. And then following that, adjournment.
I move that we approve the personnel report.
Second.
Carrie moved and Tony seconded that we approve the personnel report as presented. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Susan, are you still with us? Okay, so that motion,
Hand went up.
oh, her hand went up. There it is. Okay.
So cute.
All right, cool. Motion carries 7-0. And then the last is just adjournment.
Motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Bill is moved and Carrie seconded that we adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 7-0. Meeting adjourned 11:37. Thanks, guys.